Chapter 545. As time passed, more and more people had a faint light on their bodies, and more than half of them had already appeared. After a while, the light on the Eternal Mountain's disciple's body suddenly changed. Traces of blue spread out and gradually became clear. In the end, it turned into a blue halo that surrounded his body. This meant that the Eternal Mountain's disciple had already found a suitable inheritance for himself, and it was the inheritance of the blue starlight. After a while, the third prince and the ninth prince's bodies both emitted a deep yellow light. The Xinjian sect's body emitted a green light, while the Conqueror Martial sect's body emitted a deep yellow light. More and more people emitted light from their bodies, but the highest was the blue light from the Eternal Mountain's disciple, followed by the green light, a few yellow light, and most of them red and orange light. Chunzong's body was the first to emit light, but there was not the slightest change. Inside the inheritance heavenly steel, Chunzong was still searching. He started from the highest purple starlight, then the blue starlight, then the cyan starlight, then the green starlight, and now the yellow starlight. As soon as his consciousness came into contact with it, some resisted, some did not react, and some welcomed it. From this point of view, there were quite a few inheritances that were suitable for him, but unfortunately, none of them were as good as Chunzong's intentions. If Chunzong's picky method was known by those who wanted the inheritance but had no chance of obtaining it, they would probably gnash their teeth in hatred and tear Chunzong into pieces. The inheritance within the red starlight was the lowest level. Chunzong reckoned that even if he obtained it, it wouldn't be of much help to him, or rather, it wouldn't be of much use to him. As for the inheritance within the orange starlight, it was a bit more brilliant, but it would probably be of limited help to him. At least the inheritance of the yellow starlight. After coming into contact with all the yellow starlight, Chunzong stopped. He was not very interested in the inheritance of the orange starlight and the red starlight. Right now, the problem was in front of Chunzong. From the yellow starlight to the purple starlight, there were hundreds of inheritances that were suitable for him, but not all of them had a 100% success rate, not to mention that he could only accept one. Chunzong was choosing. The best one was undoubtedly the purple starlight inheritance, but if he really wanted to accept the purple starlight inheritance, the success rate would be very low, and the possibility of failure was very high. The second was the blue starlight inheritance. The success rate would be higher, and the second was the cyan starlight inheritance. The success rate would be even higher. The ideal inheritance was naturally one of these three. If it didn't work, he could naturally go to the green starlight and yellow starlight. Chunzong's inheritance, he felt that it was a good inheritance. Chunzong's inheritance. Chunzong. After thinking about it, Chunzong could only choose one of the starlights to receive the inheritance. It was a green starlight, and it should be a sword-type inheritance. Among all the inheritances, it was the one that suited him the most, and it had the highest success rate. His spiritual consciousness spread out and wrapped around the dark green starlight. It quickly penetrated into it and came into contact with it to accept the inheritance. The dark green starlight suddenly shone brightly, and the surging light spread out, forming layers of halos like ripples in water. It became the most dazzling in the void, as if it had become the center of the void. As the dark green starlight shone brightly, the other starlights slowly dimmed. As the light spread out, the dark green starlight almost covered the entire void, and pieces of information flowed into Chunzong's consciousness. Suddenly, the mysterious sword tip in the center of the spiritual space trembled slightly, as if it had been awakened. In an imperceptible buzzing sound, the silver divine light spread out quickly and came into contact with the dark green starlight. However, it did not accept the inheritance, but shattered the dark green starlight with a mighty force, and the information was interrupted. Chunzong could not help but be stunned. The inheritance that he had chosen was interrupted. What was this? Before he could react, a silver divine light seemed to pierce through layers of time and space and blasted into the endless dark void. It exploded at the highest point, and the silver divine light swept out like a wave, covering the entire dark void. Specks of starlight also appeared. As they flickered, the light became incomparably resplendent. The stars were resplendent and colorful. It was extremely gorgeous. Shenzong looked at it in a daze. He had no idea what was going on. The silver divine light disappeared, and soon the bright stars also slowly quieted down. Everything returned to its original appearance of endless darkness. Fail, Shenzong muttered to himself, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He did not even get an inheritance, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was a sudden change. In the center of the endless void, a celestial body seemed to come out of nothingness. It gradually appeared, and a vast and ancient aura spread out, attracting Chunzong's attention. As Chunzong stared at it, the celestial body appeared to be black and white. It slowly rotated and emitted a black and white glow. It slowly descended, and an astonishing pressure descended. It was as vast as divine might, but it didn't make Chunzong feel uncomfortable. The huge black and white celestial body fell in front of Chunzong like a planet that had shrunk countless times. It was almost as tall as a person, and it rotated slowly. The black and white on it were clearly separated, but they blended together, and it looked very harmonious. Traces of mysterious aura spread out, and it actually touched Chunzong and then wrapped Chunzong up. He did not feel the slightest danger. In fact, Chunzong could not stop the aura of the black and white celestial body from seeping into him. When the aura seeped into his body and came into contact with his spiritual consciousness, many pictures appeared. In the vast and boundless void of the universe, millions of stars twinkled. It was deep, boundless, and mysterious. Chunzong felt as if he was being carried by an invisible force as he constantly flew forward. He passed by numerous rotating celestial bodies, passed by numerous chaotic meteorite zones, and saw numerous gigantic beasts that were as large as mountains and continents, especially those gigantic beasts. When Chunzong passed by them, they didn't react at all, but Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying, it was simply indescribable. If one had to compare, then even the incomparably powerful sky, profound Realm King he had seen that day couldn't be compared to them. They were like ants. What is this place? Chunzong could not help but think. It did not stop. The invisible and mysterious force was still carrying Chunzong's spiritual consciousness forward, as if it was going to fly into the endless void. In addition to the meteorites and giant beasts in the void, Chunzong also saw many bubbles. The bubbles were of different sizes. The small ones looked like stars, and the big ones were endless. Each bubble had a different color, white, black, red, and blue, and they all emitted different auras. Some were full of vitality, and some were lifeless. Flying, 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 and flying, he flew toward an incomparably huge bubble in front of him. That bubble was extremely huge, many times larger than the thousands of bubbles he had seen along the way. It seemed that there was no end to it, and this bubble was also very strange. It was a huge sphere, milky white in color, and exuded the aura of the Great Hall of Light. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that right below this huge milky white sphere, there was a huge pitch-black sphere. The two spheres, one black and one white, were like conjoined twins that were dependent on each other. Different from the huge white sphere, the aura emitted by the huge black sphere was overbearing, evil, and gloomy. If the aura of the white sphere represented all positive forces, then the aura of the black sphere represented all negative forces. White and black, positive and negative. With a popping sound, Chunzong's consciousness rushed into the huge white sphere. In front of him was a vast expanse of white, like a dense white fog. He did not know how long he had been flying, but he suddenly rushed out of the white fog. Chunzong was immediately stunned. Green mountains, clear water, blue sky, and white clouds. No matter what kind of scenery it was so pure and beautiful, emitting a charming halo, just like a fairyland. Chunzong was sure that he had never seen such beautiful scenery since he was a child. It was obviously a tree, but it had a charm that the trees in the past did not have. Even a blade of grass seemed to be full of unique spirituality and indescribable charm. However, the speed of flying was too fast, so fast that Chunzong could only catch a glimpse and feel little. He flew over the mountains, over the rivers, over the endless forests, over the abyss, and kept flying forward. Gradually, Chunzong saw a mountain. He did not know how tall the mountain was, but it was like a pillar holding up the sky. Thousands of clouds and mist lingered around it, and the sound of gods was faint. Numerous palaces were scattered around the divine mountain in picturesque disorder. They were majestic and majestic, extending for tens of thousands of miles. Among them, the largest and most magnificent palace stood at the highest point in the center of all the palaces. It was as majestic and sacred as a divine temple. Milky white cranes flew among the palaces on the sacred mountain. Figures came and went on different colored lights, and there was an indescribable elegance and calmness. Chunzong could vaguely feel that the aura emitted by each figure was very shocking. It was even stronger than the king of the dragon diagram imperial family. What is this place? Chunzong was even more shocked. Everyone he saw was stronger than the profound sky realm. Fortunately, no one discovered him. He continued to fly forward and finally stopped in front of a black and white palace. There were hundreds of people sitting on the ground of this training ground. All of them sat upright and still with solemn expressions. Right in front of them sat an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He was talking about something. Change of will, also known as the 33 heavens of will, is the foundation of the Heavenly Palace of Will. All the techniques of the Heavenly Palace of Will are based on the will of the Heavenly Palace of Will. The sage-like old man said a few words in a neither fast nor slow tone. It was so clear that it entered everyone's ears as if it was branded. You are all new disciples of the Heavenly Palace, and you must first cultivate the change of will. Only when you reach the fourth change can you be qualified to cultivate other techniques of the Heavenly Palace of Will. I'm going to explain the first change of will. You must listen carefully. The heart is the root, the will is the foundation, and the will exists together. The sky is limitless, and the earth is boundless. The heavenly voice was vast, and every word was a sentence, and every sentence was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Chunzong remembered every word. Chapter 546. This is the third change of mind. The vast heavenly voice gradually became blurry. Chunzong felt that his consciousness was rapidly leaving. Everything in front of him was distorted like an illusion. The last voice also became intermittent. It was hundreds or thousands of times faster than when it came. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong's consciousness left this world and returned to the endless void. Whoosh! Like a dream, Chunzong's consciousness returned. He stared at the black and white celestial body that was still rotating in front of him. He was inexplicably shocked. As if it had completed its mission, the black and white celestial body slowly rose. When it reached a high altitude, it gradually dimmed and disappeared. Finally, it disappeared from Chunzong's eyes without a trace. It felt like a dream. It was very unreal, but Chunzong clearly remembered the contents of the first three changes of mind. The heart is the root, the mind is the foundation, the mind exists together. The sky is limitless, the earth is boundless. The change of mind. This is definitely a top-level inheritance. After recalling it, Chunzong found that he remembered the contents of the first three changes very clearly. He also remembered the explanation of the sage-like old man, which helped him understand the mysteries of the change of mind. Chunzong felt that even the inheritance contained in the purple starlight couldn't be compared with the change of mind. Thinking back to the terrifying beasts that roamed the endless void, any one of them had the power to crush a profound heaven realm expert. Then, thinking back to the world filled with spirituality, the people flying around in the heavenly palace, every one of them was stronger than a profound heaven realm expert. And the old man who taught the change of mind gave Chunzong a feeling of boundless vastness. He seemed to be even stronger than those people who flew around. Such a sect must be very powerful. As the foundation of a sect, the change of mind must be no small matter. Thinking and thinking, Chunzong felt that his mind was a little confused. There was too much information. Straighten it out, Chunzong said to himself. He tried to calm himself down, then straightened out the information one by one and summarized it. Number 1. The Sky Profound Realm was not the end of a martial artist's journey. There were even higher realms above the Sky Profound Realm. Secondly, the world was very big, or rather, the world he was in was just one of the worlds in the endless void, and those bubbles in the endless void should be one world after another. Chunzong was not surprised by the first point because he had at least imagined it. However, the second point directly overturned Chunzong's worldview. He was born in the Eastern continent and had no way of knowing that there were other continents in the Eastern continent. However, after he obtained the mysterious sword tip, he was reborn and stepped onto the path of martial arts. Only then did he know more secrets. He crossed the 100 Beasts Mountain and entered the territory of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. After that, he found out about the Longtu region and the other regions. Unexpectedly, the world constructed by these domains was not the only one. Outside of this so-called Kanglan world, there were actually other worlds. Chunzong believed that even the Ninth Prince did not know such information. Perhaps even many transcendents did not know such information. Then, Chunzong thought of the mysterious sword tip, the appearance of the black and white celestial body, the leap of his consciousness into the endless void, the acquisition of the first 3 transformations of the change of will, and so on were all inseparable from the mysterious sword tip. What exactly was the mysterious sword tip? Chunzong could not figure it out. He gradually collected his thoughts. Those were still too far away from him. If he wanted to go to other worlds, he would have to pass through the endless void. However, there were giant beasts even more terrifying than the Sky Profound Realm living in the endless void. Even if a Sky Profound Realm Master entered, he would most likely die. The gap between him and the Sky Profound Realm was still too big. Chunzong focused on the change of will. According to the sage-like old man, the change of will was also known as the Will 33 Heavens. It had 33 layers, or in other words, the 33 transformations. When Chunzong finally left, he heard intermittent words. After sorting them out, he should be saying that the first 3 transformations of the change of will were the foundation. Only by cultivating the first 3 transformations and then cultivating the 4th would one be able to truly join the Will Heavenly Palace and become a true disciple. Perhaps in that powerful world, the first 3 transformations of the change of will were at a relatively ordinary level, but Chunzong felt that on the Kanglan continent, the first 3 transformations of the change of will were extremely high-end. According to the first transformations of the change of will, combined with the sage-like old man's explanation, Chunzong began to comprehend. The change of will was not a sword technique, saber technique, palm technique, etc. Simply put, the change of will was very strange and did not belong to the category of martial arts. To some extent, it should be a kind of secret art, but it was different from the secret arts Chunzong knew. The change of will was a unique secret art that developed and strengthened one's potential. For the time being, Chunzong found it difficult to understand the so-called strengthening and development of one's potential. After all, it was the first time he had encountered such a secret art. In short, it sounded very powerful. Not long after, Chunzong finally finished comprehending the first 3 transformations of the change of will and grasped all the mysteries. The only thing left was to cultivate. Chunzong did not know how to cultivate the 4th transformation, but the first 3 transformations were to integrate one's strength into one. The so-called strength of the whole body referred to the true force, the strength of the physique, and the strength of the spirit. In other words, it was the essence, qi, and spirit. Cultivate the strength of the whole body into one. Guide with the heart, control with the mind. Strength as one. Mind as one. The more Chunzong thought about it, the more profound and mysterious the change of will became. With a thought, the darkness in front of him quickly blurred, and the black and white light on Chunzong's body in the outside world also quickly disappeared. When his consciousness returned to his body, he instantly woke up and found that many people were staring at him. "Brother Chun, what inheritance did you get?" the ninth prince asked curiously. "A secret art," Chunzong said, and then he was shocked to find that other than the contents of the change of will and the memory of the endless void, all other memories of the divine inheritance steel seemed to have disappeared. It did not seem abrupt. Chunzong felt that there was something mysterious about the divine inheritance steel, but why couldn't he remember anything? Although they were surprised that the light on Chunzong's body was black and white, when they heard that Chunzong had inherited a secret art, they did not continue to investigate. Among the inheritances, there were either cultivation methods or martial arts. A few of them were secret techniques, which were very rare. Among those who entered the Hall of Inheritance, only a few succeeded in inheriting the secret art, while some failed and were even more distressed because they could not even find the secret art. The Hall of Inheritance trembled slightly, and an invincible power descended, directly enveloping everyone. Each of them emitted a strong light, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if they were compressed into a point and quickly shot out. Charging out of the Hall of Inheritance, they flew over mountains, rivers, and forests. Chunzong looked around blankly. One breath ago, he was still inside the Hall of Inheritance, and the next breath, he was halfway up the mountain. The Hall of Inheritance was nowhere to be seen. As for the ninth prince, Mystic Sword Sect, and the others, they were nowhere to be found. "Maybe I can try to cultivate the first change of will." Chunzong looked around, but did not see anyone else, nor did he see any Yao beasts. The idea popped up in his mind. When he obtained the 7 lovers' fruit, Chunzong had thought of consuming and refining it. However, the timing was not right, so he kept it first and refined it after leaving. Now that he had obtained the first change of will and comprehended the profoundness within it, Chunzong really wanted to cultivate it. Swinging his sword, he opened up a temporary cave and entered it, then sealed the entrance. Chunzong sat down cross-legged, recalling the contents of the first change of will. Eliminating all distracting thoughts, he silently chanted the chant for the first change of will and began cultivating. The first change of will was the foundation of the will 33 heavens, step by step. Only after mastering all 3 changes would one have the qualifications to become a true disciple of the will heavenly palace. With Chunzong's comprehension, if he did not have the detailed explanation from the sage-like old man, it would take him at least 1,000 times more time to comprehend the profoundness of the first change of will. Moreover, he could not be 100% sure that he would comprehend it. As the saying went, 10,000 fake scriptures in a single sentence from the true scriptures. Sometimes it was so strange. It was clearly something that he could not comprehend, even after going through untold hardships. But as long as someone powerful pointed it out, he would be able to immediately dispel the clouds and see the moon. After all, the first change of will was something that Chunzong had never come into contact with before. Without the detailed guidance of an expert, not only would it take more time and effort, it would also require sufficient accumulation. To be able to comprehend the profoundness of the first change of will in a short period of time, this was Chunzong's opportunity, and he also had the invisible help of the mysterious sword point. Inside the small cave, Chunzong sat in a strange posture. One hand was above, as if holding up the sky, and the other hand was below, as if pressing down on the earth. At the same time, he silently chanted the chant for the first change of will, gradually eliminating all distracting thoughts and entering a strange state. It was mysterious, as if he was half asleep and half awake. He could feel his own body, and he could also feel the earth and sky. Gradually, Chunzong felt that his body seemed to have established an indescribable connection with the earth and sky. It was as if he was becoming one with them, and also as if he was becoming a bridge between the two. Traces of mysterious power from the earth and the sky appeared in Chunzong's body, as if they were communicating with Chunzong's body as a conductor. They flowed up and down, and under the chant of the first change of will, they moved along Chunzong's body, one cycle after another. A light, heavy, warm, and comfortable feeling spread out, making Chunzong forget everything. It was as if he had returned to his mother's womb, just like a fetus. Breathing, breathing, breathing deeply, Chunzong closed his eyes and became extremely peaceful, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. There was a trace of a smile on his face, just like a baby sleeping in the warm embrace of his mother. Gradually, Chunzong's body emitted traces of light. The light was warm, and it wrapped Chunzong's entire body. Like Chunzong, many people who had received the inheritance could not help but enter a small closed-door training after finding a relatively safe place to practice the cultivation method or martial arts that they had received from the inheritance. As for those who failed to receive the inheritance or did not receive the inheritance, they would search everywhere for those who had received the inheritance. It was said that it was possible to steal the inheritance. For the sake of the inheritance, even rational people would become crazy. Chunzong did not know how long this training lasted. The entire Dragon Shadow Island gently shook, and then there was a rumbling sound. Immediately after, those who were still awake began to feel a repulsive force. Chapter 547. Outside of the Dragon Shadow Island, the profound annihilation black lightning fluctuated like a tide. As it rose and fell, it washed away the colorful passage. 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts floated in the air with the help of the profound Sky Realm experts, replenishing the passage's energy from time to time and maintaining its stability. Just like that, more than a month had passed. The 6 great sovereigns stared at Dragon Shadow Island. To them, who had lived for at least a few hundred years, a month or so was nothing. Suddenly, a wave of energy spread out from Dragon Shadow Island, affecting the profound annihilation black lightning, the spirit-devouring purple lightning, and the extreme shattering red lightning. Finally, the bone-eroding astral wind became even more violent, causing the passage to flicker as if it was about to collapse. Dragon Shadow Island is about to close. It should be coming out soon. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures quickly appeared on the unstable passage, still in a daze. It was too sudden to be expelled by Dragon Shadow Island's energy. Come back quickly. The Dragon Shadow Imperial family's Sky Profound Realm expert, the Garrison King, roared. His voice was like rolling thunder, exploding in everyone's ears, instantly waking them up. Their expressions changed greatly when they saw the passage's situation. They hurriedly used their movement techniques and quickly advanced along the passage. Black lightning that made one's heart palpitate wildly surged around the passage. It was as if a black demonic dragon was roaring within, wanting to destroy the world. The passage was on the verge of collapsing under the impact of the black demonic dragon, as if it could shatter at any time. It made everyone's hearts turn cold. At this moment, they wished they could grow a pair of wings. In Chunzong's opinion, the profound annihilation black lightning was many times weaker than the giant beast he saw in the endless void. However, Chunzong didn't feel the slightest bit of disdain. On the contrary, he was trembling with fear as he unleashed his full strength. No matter how weak the profound annihilation black lightning was compared to those giant beasts, a trace of it was enough to destroy his body and soul. It was a race against time, a race against death. The 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts were naturally channeling their energy to maintain the passage's stability as much as possible. However, the flow of wind and lightning was unstoppable. Gradually, the passage began to shake under the constant impact. At this moment, everyone had already passed the profound annihilation black lightning and charged into the spirit-devouring purple lightning. There was a faint cracking sound, but it caused everyone's expression to change drastically and their hairs to stand on end. There was a small opening in the tunnel. It was very small, but a hair-like purple arc of lightning shot in through the small opening. Although this attack seemed slow, It was actually incredibly fast. A pseudo-transcendent from the Imperial family was struck before he could even react, his body trembling violently before he was charred black. Witnessing a pseudo-transcendent realm being scorched black by a hair-like bolt of purple lightning at such a close distance was an indescribable feeling. All in all, everyone present couldn't help shivering uncontrollably as a chill spread from the depths of their souls, causing their hair to stand on end. That spirit-murdering purple lightning speed was too fast, and the distance was too close. Even the sky-profound realm experts in the distance were unable to react in time. Let's go. I can't die here. None of them were ordinary people. Their willpower was firm, and they quickly adjusted themselves. They did their best to burst forth with all their abilities and speed up. As for those who died, they had already been reduced to dust. Shenzong pushed his movement skill to the extreme, his body becoming lighter and more agile than before, his speed also increasing by about 30%. Coupled with the power of his pseudo-spirit artifact battle shoes, his speed was further increased, not losing out to most pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Charge! 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 After passing through the spirit-murdering purple lightning stage, they rushed into the extreme breaking red lightning stage. Although the extreme breaking red lightning was much weaker than the spirit-murdering purple lightning, it was still a terrifying force. Any cultivator below the extreme mortal realm who was struck by it would only end up dead. The tunnel was broken again, and another extreme breaking red lightning shot in. Fortunately, no one was hit. While everyone was on edge, they passed through the extreme breaking red lightning stage, but none of them dared to relax. Although the bone-eroding astral wind was the weakest of the four forces, that was only relatively speaking. For anyone below the transcendent realm, the bone-eroding astral wind was still fatal. The 5 Earth Spirit Realm Masters grit their teeth and continued to pour out their strength to maintain the stability of the tunnel. However, as the wind and thundercurrents flowed back, they were constantly being impacted, causing the tunnel to fluctuate more and more, as if it would collapse at any moment. Rush! 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 Like an arrow leaving a bow, they shot out, leaving the tunnel behind them. The moment the last person rushed out of the tunnel, the 5 Earth Spirit Realm Masters also withdrew their strength and quickly retreated. After losing the support of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm Masters, the tunnel became even more difficult to maintain. Under the impact of the wind and thunder currents, it began to shatter inch by inch. Continuous cracking sounds rang out, causing everyone who turned around to look to feel their scalps go numb. Seeing the colorful tunnel shatter inch by inch under the impact of the bone-eroding astral wind, extreme breaking red lightning, spirit-murdering purple lightning, and profound extinguishing black lightning, everyone rejoiced. Fortunately, they had made it out in time. If they had been a bit slower, the 5 Earth Spirit Realm Masters would likely not have been able to maintain their strength. What was interesting was that the wind and thunder currents that flowed back didn't spread out, but were instead limited to a fixed range. The wind and thunder surged endlessly, like a surging tide, incomparably violent. All of you go down. The sky-profound Realm Guardian King waved his hand, and the power brought everyone down quickly. Like falling meteors, they all landed on their respective flying spirit artifacts. Shenzong naturally landed on the deck of the Black Dragon giant spirit ship with the 9th Prince, Xuanjianzong, and the others. The Black Dragon giant spirit ship started up, turned around, and quickly flew towards the Imperial City. The 3rd Prince's face was very ugly, because he discovered that not all of his subordinates had followed him out. 2 of them had died. One of them was Long Pozong, who had considerable potential and was worth nurturing. As for the other one, his potential had been exhausted, so he died. There was nothing to regret. Since ancient times, the probability of dying in Dragon Shadow Island was very low. Dying in there could only be said to be bad luck. This was also the reason why every time Dragon Shadow Island opened, every prince of the Imperial family would enter. Otherwise, if the probability of death was too high, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. In the end, Dragon Shadow Island was a place for ancient masters to cultivate, and not some dangerous place. The third prince and Xuan Wuzong's eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent as they swept past Qinzong's face. Immediately after, they left the deck and walked into the room. "Brother Chun, I'm going to rest." The ninth prince smiled. In reality, he was going to organize his harvest from Dragon Shadow Island. "Okay," Qinzong said. He also needed a relatively quiet environment and time to organize his harvest. After entering the room and closing the door, Qinzong was about to sit down cross-legged and organize his harvest. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw the third prince standing at the door with a gloomy expression. His eyes flickered with a sharp light, as if he wanted to pierce through Qinzong. "Third prince, what can I do for you?" Qinzong spoke neither slowly nor quickly. No matter how fierce the third prince's gaze was, it couldn't affect him at all. Moreover, they were on the Black Dragon Giant Spirit ship, and fighting was not allowed. Even if they fought, with Qinzong's strength, he wasn't afraid of the third prince. "Qinzong, you have the 7 Lovers Noodles fruit on you, right?" The third prince said very directly. "You don't have to deny it. With the ninth prince's way of doing things, he will definitely give you a set of 7 Lovers Noodles fruit." And then, Qinzong didn't admit or deny it. Instead, he asked back, "Give them to me, and I won't argue with you about what happened in the past," the third prince said in a low voice. Hearing this, Qinzong suddenly smiled. If he gave him the 7 Lovers Noodles fruit, which was so precious that it could tempt even the ultimate mortal realm warriors, Qinzong wouldn't argue with him about what happened in the past, and even if the third prince didn't argue with him, Qinzong still wanted to find a chance to settle the score. "Third prince, you've changed my opinion of you," Qinzong said with a smile. "At first, I thought you were just sinister. I didn't expect you to be shameless in addition to being sinister." "You." The third prince was furious. His eyes shone with a terrifying light, like an evil spirit that wanted to tear and devour Qinzong. As the third prince, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Forcefully suppressing his anger, the third prince's chest heaved up and down rapidly. After a while, he slowly calmed down, but his eyes were still filled with anger. "Qinzong, you are indeed very talented. Your future path is very broad, and it is very likely that you will become a transcendent realm warrior." The third prince took a deep breath and said word by word, "If you give me the 7 Lovers Noodles fruit, I will give you a chance to follow me. What the ninth prince can give you, I can also give you. Compared to the ninth prince, you are still far behind," Qinzong said and closed the door directly. The third prince clenched his fists so hard that his veins bulged. He was so furious that he almost vomited blood. He wanted to smash the door with his palm, but in the end, he put down his hand. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't damage the door at all. He stared fiercely at the door, as if he wanted to see through it. His red eyes were filled with murderous intent that came from the depths of his heart. "I have already given you a chance." After saying this, the third prince turned and left. For Qinzong, this was just a small episode that he didn't need to pay much attention to. After sitting down cross-legged again, Qinzong first checked his body. First, Qinzong couldn't feel the puppet sword armor, as if it had disappeared. After carefully sensing it, the puppet sword armor was indeed gone. It had left his body. Thinking back, Qinzong felt that when he was sent out of Dragon Shadow Island, something seemed to have left him, but he didn't notice it at that time. In fact, Qinzong didn't know that the puppet sword armor could only exist on Dragon Shadow Island. It was an opportunity for cultivators who entered Dragon Shadow Island and could only be used within the range of Dragon Shadow Island. Once they left Dragon Shadow Island, the puppet sword armor would be stripped off and returned to its original place. If he had chosen the other reward, the puppet technique inheritance, he could naturally take it away from Dragon Shadow Island, but it wouldn't be of much help to him in the short term. Moreover, the puppet technique inheritance was only the most basic inheritance. What a pity! Qinzong couldn't help but sigh softly. If he still had the puppet sword armor, he would have one more trump card. But since he didn't have it, he couldn't force it. After checking, he found that the puppet beasts were still in his virtual ring. Thinking about it, If he wasn't wrong, he should have mastered the first change of mind change. There was a feeling of being reborn. His body became lighter, as if a heavy burden had been removed. He was relaxed and agile. His muscles, bones, muscles, blood, and even his internal organs seemed to have been nourished and had a unique vitality. After a little test, Chunzong found that the strength of his single arm was still 100,000 Jin, and there was no improvement. Gold and Jade impenetrable body was still at the minor completion realm, but his body was more flexible. When he exerted force, he could feel that the transmission and eruption of his power was 20% faster than before. It could be said that where his will was, his strength would be. Such a change was enough to improve Chunzong's strength imperceptibly. In addition, his power seemed to have become purer and more condensed, whether it was the power of the physique or the great true force. In other words, he could erupt with more power with less consumption. Chapter 548. Unexpected call from delivery guy. Six Paths was very surprised. He hadn't bought anything recently, so why would there be a delivery? When he came back, it turned out to be a mooncake sent from the internet. Six Paths was very excited. After writing for so many years, this was the first time he had received such a mooncake. The first three transformations of the mind transformations are the foundation, focusing on integrating one's strength. The first transformation is the most basic of the basics, changing one's body to a certain extent, allowing one's strength to gradually become purer, more refined, and more condensed, allowing one's body to directly communicate with the world, laying the foundation for the second transformation. Therefore, the first transformation of the mind transformations is also called the mind-body. Although I have comprehended the mysteries of the first three transformations of the mind transformations and have begun to cultivate them, I have only just stepped into the first transformation and have yet to truly cultivate the mind-body. The mind-body was not a kind of physique, unlike the immemorial Yuan body and the golden jade impenetrable body. It was a kind of change from the inside to the outside, similar to the evolution of one's life essence. For example, the immemorial Yuan body and the golden jade impenetrable body were brought about by one secret art, but the mind body was permanent. Just after stepping into the first transformation, Chunzong could clearly feel the changes in his body, as if he had put down a heavy burden, and whether it was the speed at which he condensed his strength or the speed at which he could erupt, both had significantly increased. The first transformation is the mind-body. The second is the integration of one's physique and true qi. And the third is the integration of one's spiritual force, physique, and true qi. After thinking about it, Chunzong began cultivating again, but inside the black dragon giant spirit ship. Far from the surface, the effect of his cultivation seemed to be very poor and his progress was very slow. The black dragon giant spirit ship's speed was very fast, and it only took a few days to return to the Imperial City. Everyone disembarked from the Black Dragon giant spirit ship, and, as they were leaving, Chunzong noticed the third prince's malicious gaze. Together with the ninth prince and the others, they returned to the Serene residence. Chunzong ordered his subordinates to enter retreat, but before he could do so, an uninvited guest arrived. The middle-aged man wore a silver robe with dragon claws, and his hands were clasped behind his back. He had a faint smile on his face, and there seemed to be a sense of superiority in his eyes as he appeared in front of Chunzong, a transcendent realm master. "Senior, what can I do for you?" Chunzong saluted and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. His expression did not change, but he had a bad feeling about this. "I'm the Marquis of Mighty Mountain. Let's not beat around the bush. I want your 7 lovers' noodles." The middle-aged man said directly, "Of course, I won't take it for free. Whatever you need, just tell me. I'll give it to you as long as I can." What he meant was that he wanted Chunzong's 7 lovers' noodles fruit, but he didn't want to pay a high price for it. It was as if he was trying to gain something without risking anything. "Senior Marquis of Mighty Mountain, I have the 7 lovers' face fruit, but it is very useful to me." Chunzong tactfully rejected the other party. "So, you don't want to hand it over to me?" Marquis Wei Shan's eyes flashed as a terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was as if an invisible mountain had descended and pressed down on Chunzong. It made Chunzong suffocate and felt like he was about to be crushed. Marquis Wei Shan wanted Chunzong to submit and hand over the seven lovers' noodles fruit. The aura of an extreme mortal stage fighter was simply too powerful. Even though Chunzong's strength was constantly increasing, there was still a huge gap between them. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. Under this terrifying aura, Chunzong felt that he couldn't even move his fingers. However, it was impossible for him to give in. Chunzong's stubborn resistance made Marquis Wei Shan furious. His eyes became colder and colder. Due to the laws of the Empire and some other reasons, Marquis Wei Shan couldn't directly attack Chunzong. This kind of pressure was also not allowed. However, the time was short. If he could obtain the seven lovers' noodles fruit, he could still bear some of the consequences. The pressure seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Chunzong's consciousness gradually blurred, but he still stubbornly resisted. Marquis Wei Shan, how dare you openly violate the laws of the Empire? A loud shout with a myriad of majesty caused Marquis Wei Shan's expression to change abruptly. He quickly retracted his aura. Chunzong only felt the terrifying pressure that almost crushed him disappear in an instant. He staggered and almost fell forward. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and steadied himself. However, his body was weak and powerless. Ninth Prince. Marquis Wei Shan had no choice but to turn around. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Marquis Wei Shan, I will report this matter to the punishment hall and let them decide. As soon as the Ninth Prince spoke, Marquis Wei Shan's expression changed again. The punishment hall was responsible for the laws and punishments of the Empire. If the punishment hall interfered, even a small matter would become a big matter. If he was taken away by the punishment hall, the consequences would be severe. Ninth Prince, you must be joking. I just heard that there was a talented junior. My love for talent was aroused, so I came to take a look. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Marquis Wei Shan quickly smiled and said, no need to say more. Wait for the punishment hall's summons. The Ninth Prince's expression was cold. He didn't care about Marquis Wei Shan's compromise. Since Ninth Prince doesn't believe me, I have nothing else to say. Farewell. Marquis Wei Shan was filled with anger. If it was someone else, they would have been slapped to death by him. He wouldn't have to suffer such grievances. However, he had no choice. This was the Ninth Prince of the Empire, one of the strongest candidates for the Crown Prince position. In the end, he was just a collateral descendant of the imperial family. If he showed the slightest intention to attack the Ninth Prince, he would be intercepted before he could do anything. Brother Chun, are you all right? As soon as Marquis Wei Shan left, the Ninth Prince rushed to Chunzong and asked with concern, Thank you, Ninth Prince. I'm fine. Chunzong smiled. However, his face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. He was weak and powerless. He had used up too much energy to resist Marquis Wei Shan's aura, but he wasn't injured. Sit down and rest first, the Ninth Prince said. His expression immediately turned cold. This matter is related to my third brother. Marquis Wei Shan and my third brother are close. Chunzong nodded and did not say anything. That day on the Black Dragon Giant Spirit ship, the third prince had used a high and mighty attitude to ask for the seven lovers' noodles fruit and failed. Chunzong already knew that the third prince would not let the matter rest. However, he did not expect the third prince to come so quickly and even send a limitless mortal realm warrior. Fortunately, this was within the imperial city. If it was somewhere else, such as a more remote place, even with the Empire's laws, it would be difficult to stop the third prince's killing intent. When the benefits reached a certain level, it was enough to make people ignore everything and take risks. It was also fortunate that the Ninth Prince came. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he could hold on. After a while, Chunzong had basically recovered. However, he still hadn't fully recovered his energy. Brother Chun, don't worry. I will give you an explanation for this matter, the Ninth Prince said. He got up and left. Chunzong also gave the order. He entered the underground secret room and began his closed-door cultivation. First, he used his cultivation method to recover his energy. When his energy was fully recovered, Chunzong took out the 7 lovers' noodles fruit. There was a set of 7 fruits. Each fruit had a different expression: happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, bitterness, and peace. The 7 completely different expressions looked very strange. The best way to consume the 7 lovers' noodles fruit was naturally to refine it into the 7 lovers' noodles pill. It was said that refining a set of 7 lovers' noodles fruit into a pill would allow the power of the 7 emotions to be gathered in one pill. It would become pure, and its effect would also be significantly improved. It could increase the effect by at least 30%. However, the Pill King wasn't here. His disciple Chu Zaheo didn't have the ability to refine the 7 lovers' noodles pill. No alchemist in the Imperial City could do it. Of course, he could also temporarily keep the 7 lovers' noodles fruit and wait for the Pill King to return. However, no one knew when the Pill King would return. It could be a few months, a few years, or more than 10 years. It was possible that he wouldn't return. A treasure like the 7 lovers' noodles fruit was naturally better to use it as soon as possible. It was the best way to improve his strength. Let's start. Chunzong took a deep breath. He picked up the first 7 lovers' noodles fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. Then he picked up the second one and chewed and swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, all 7 lovers' noodles fruits were swallowed by Chunzong. The best way to consume the 7 lovers' noodles fruit was naturally to refine it into a pill. However, whether it was eaten directly or refined into a pill, it required 7 lovers' noodles fruit. If there was one less, the effect would be greatly reduced. As the power of a set of 7 lovers' noodles fruit erupted in his body, it instantly turned into 7 different forces that rushed from the bottom to the top. It went straight to Chunzong's mind. He didn't resist it, and he couldn't resist it. In an instant, the power of 7 lovers' noodles fruit poured into his mind. As if struck by lightning, Chunzong couldn't help but tremble. His vision began to change. There was a burst of joy for no reason. He couldn't control his joy, and then he was ecstatic. He was ecstatic and couldn't control himself. In addition to ecstasy, there was also an indescribable anger that emerged from the deepest part of his heart. It roared uncontrollably like the fire of magma and exploded in an instant. His anger reached the extreme, making Chunzong have an impulse to destroy everything. Anger was the original sin. It would make people lose their minds and do things that they wouldn't normally do. Later, people often regretted it because of it. The double impact of ecstasy and anger was followed by the emergence of the third emotion, which was grief. It was like the grief of losing one's beloved thing. The grief was in the deepest part of one's heart. It was so sad that one lost hope in life. Then came the explosion of the fourth emotion, which was joy. It was a feeling of joy from the bottom of one's heart. It was different from joy. Joy was like a torrent, while joy was like a trickle. Some people could resist the explosion of a torrent, but they couldn't resist the erosion of a trickle. Joy, anger, sorrow, and joy appear at the same time. Bursts of worry also spread, as if one had encountered some unsolvable trouble. It made one very worried and didn't know how to deal with it. In the end, one would feel depressed, which affected the state of one's body and mind. Then came bitterness. It was a very bitter feeling. It was as if one had suffered a great injustice but couldn't say it out loud, and no one could understand it. The last emotion was peace. It was peaceful and serene, which made one calm down. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, sorrow, bitterness, and peace. 7 different emotions exploded in Chunzong's body and kept attacking his mind. Chunzong fell into the 7 emotions and couldn't extricate himself. Any one of them was so deep and powerful that it was enough to make people with a relatively ordinary mind collapse. They were so deeply trapped that they couldn't extricate themselves and eventually fell into depravity. Chunzong's spiritual will was very strong, but under the impact of the 7 emotions, he also felt lost for a moment. His facial expression kept changing, which looked very strange. Chapter 549. Chunzong was completely immersed in the 7 emotions and 7 transformations, sinking into oblivion. If there were no accidents, he would probably sink into oblivion, forever immersed in the 7 emotions and 7 transformations. The 7 emotions and 7 transformations cycled over and over again. His submerged consciousness was suddenly awakened, as if a light had appeared in the chaotic darkness. It gradually became stronger, repelling the chaos around him. After an unknown amount of time, Chunzong was completely awake. However, the 7 emotions were still intertwining and surging, but they could not affect him at all. It was as if he had left the world and was standing at a certain height, watching the power of the 7 emotions from above. It was very strange. It was as if he had been split into 2. One side was directly experiencing the feelings of the 7 emotions, while the other side was not affected by them. In this strange state, his spiritual will was tempered again and again, and his spiritual power was also strengthened. His consciousness was clear like never before. Chunzong knew that his perception had been strengthened. He did not know how long the temporary increase in perception would last, but he could not waste it. Chunzong immediately entered a state of enlightenment. What he was trying to comprehend was naturally the sword intent. The sword intent had 5 minor sword intents. Chunzong had now grasped the sword intent, and the other 4 minor sword intents had left some impression in Chunzong's consciousness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong chose the 2nd minor sword intent and began to comprehend it. The sword intent. Swords had both edges and sharpness. The edge of a sword could tear through everything, and the sharpness of a sword could pierce through everything. Edges and sharpness were the foundation of a sword. Without edges and sharpness, how could a sword be formed? The sharpness of a sword was unstoppable and indestructible. Chunzong's eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light. It was as sharp as a sword, able to pierce through everything. In his consciousness, swords formed out of thin air, stabbing out again and again. Every sword carried extreme sharpness, piercing through everything. Grass, trees, mountains, rocks, rivers, earth, and even the sky. Everything was pierced through by the swords. The mysteries of the sword intent appeared bit by bit, and Chunzong gradually grasped them. He did not know how much time had passed. When the power of the 7 lovers' noodles fruit was exhausted, Chunzong suddenly came to his senses. It was as if he had fallen from the clouds in an instant, and he directly withdrew from the state of enlightenment. His consciousness returned to his body, and he instantly woke up. He didn't feel weak at all. Instead, he felt that his spirit had become stronger. After sensing it carefully, Chunzong could tell that his mental power was at least twice as strong as before, and he could vaguely feel a sharpness in the depths of his spiritual space. True meaning of sword sharpness. As expected of a treasure that is not a spiritual medicine, but is better than a spiritual medicine. Not only did it double my mental power, but it also allowed me to comprehend and master the true meaning of sword sharpness. A smile appeared on Chunzong's face. His mental power was already much more powerful than martial artists of the same level, and now that it was doubled, it was undoubtedly even more shocking. As for whether his comprehensive ability had improved slightly, Chunzong could not feel it. After all, his comprehensive ability was already very high before, and the 7 lovers' noodles fruit's improvement was limited. However, even if his comprehensive ability did not get a permanent slight improvement, it was still fine. Just the double increase of his mental power and the comprehension of the true meaning of sword sharpness had already made Chunzong very satisfied. Currently, Chunzong had mastered 3 types of minor Jin meanings, which were the sword intent, the sword sharpness intent, and the flowing water intent. In terms of the mastery of the minor Jin meanings, Chunzong was already at the master level. The only thing he lacked was his battling power. Let's try the sword sharpness intent. Chunzong murmured to himself. He first took out a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual item inner armor, activated its power, and threw it forward. He directly pulled out his sword, and under the activation of his mental power, a trace of extremely sharp power condensed on the Star sword and stabbed out. The deep blue sword light condensed into a beam, which was as thick as a chopstick. It instantly pierced through the void and hit the rank 2 pseudo-spiritual item inner armor that had been activated. After activating its power, the second-level pseudo-spiritual armor had an extremely strong defensive power, which was very difficult to break. Chunzong did not use the unhindered true power in this sword, and even used only a little of his physique to stab out this sword. The true power contained in this sword was the sword intent of sharpness. As the sword arrived, the defensive power of the rank 2 pseudo-spiritual item inner armor was pierced through like a piece of paper. Then, the inner armor itself was pierced through as well, and Chunzong only felt a little bit of resistance. If I had used my Zhen Qi, this sword attack should have been able to pierce through the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual item inner armor. Chunzong thought to himself, under the situation where the sword's sharpness intent had been infused, it would undoubtedly be even more powerful. About a quarter of my mental power has been consumed. Chunzong felt the rate of mental power consumption and couldn't help but feel delighted. The consumption of the sword sharpness intent and the sword edge intent was about the same. Previously, when Chunzong executed the sword edge intent, he had consumed 80% of his mental power. When he executed the sword edge intent, he had consumed about 70% of his mental power. Now that his mental power had been enhanced, he had only consumed a quarter of his mental power to execute the sword sharpness intent, which was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Chunzong was not in a hurry to come out of seclusion. Instead, he began to cultivate the first transformation of the mind change. He strived to master the first transformation of the mind change as soon as possible and cultivate the mind-body. With one hand supporting the sky and the other pressing down on the ground, he was in the middle, like a bridge connecting heaven and earth. It was faster than the first time he cultivated. The mysterious power between heaven and earth appeared again and poured into Chunzong's body. Chunzong guided the power to surround his body, causing his body to transform bit by bit. The mind-body was said to be a kind of physique, but it was more like a kind of ability and talent. After cultivating it, it would exist forever and would not disappear because of a change in cultivation technique. This was the power of the mind change. As the mysterious power between heaven and earth flowed throughout his body, Chunzong felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. It was incomparably comfortable. His spirit relaxed, but it didn't dissipate. His body also slowly relaxed as if he had lost all his strength, but all his strength was hidden within his body. It was as if he had returned to his mother's womb. In this incomparable comfort, his body gradually transformed in all aspects. Unable to feel the passage of time, when the cultivation ended and he woke up, Chunzong stretched his muscles and bones. His entire body was filled with powerful vitality, and every part of his body seemed to be cheering. It was refreshing to the bone marrow and the soul. He tried to condense and explode his strength, and there was an improvement. If compared to before he cultivated the second transformation of the mind change, his strength had increased by about 30%. After cultivating to this point, Chunzong decided to come out of seclusion to see if there were any other matters. If there weren't, then he would continue his seclusion. He walked out of the secret room and asked the housekeeper. During this time, the ninth prince came, but it wasn't anything important. In the courtyard, Chunzong drew his sword and cultivated for a while. Just as he was about to cultivate the second transformation of the mind change, a powerful aura quickly approached. Chunzong, come and receive the imperial edict. A high-pitched and sharp voice pierced through the clouds, startling Chunzong. The housekeeper hurriedly rushed to open the door and saw a man wearing a golden floral robe walking in. His face was pale without a beard, and his skin was pale. There was a gloomy aura around him. The man walked in with quick steps, holding a horsetail whisk in one hand and a golden scroll in the other. It was an imperial edict. This man was a eunuch of the imperial family, a eunuch. The man's aura was very powerful, and he was an extreme mortal realm warrior. Chunzong, kneel down and receive the imperial edict. The eunuch's sharp gaze swept across Chunzong's face. The high-pitched voice sounded again. Wu Min Chunzong, receive the imperial edict. Chunzong knelt down on one knee. The housekeeper and the group of maids all knelt down on both knees, trembling in fear. If it was an ordinary person or a weak cultivator, they would have to kneel down on both knees before the emperor and the imperial edict. However, the stronger cultivators or geniuses didn't need to. They only needed to kneel down on one knee. As for the transcendents, they didn't need to kneel before the emperor. They could just bow and salute. The eunuch glanced at Chunzong. He opened the imperial edict in an orderly manner and read the words on it. By the emperor's decree, Wu Min Chunzong has outstanding talent and has the potential to become a dragon. He should be placed in an important position. He is hereby appointed as the vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard, effective today. The eunuch closed the imperial edict after reading it and looked at Chunzong with a smile on his face. Vice Commander Chun, please don't thank the emperor for his grace. I thank the emperor for his grace. Chunzong raised both hands and accepted the imperial edict, even though he was confused. Congratulations, Vice Commander Chun. Remember to report to the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters as soon as possible. The eunuch smiled and placed the imperial edict in Chunzong's hands, then turned and left. As one of the emperor's men, and a powerful extreme mortal realm cultivator himself, he didn't need to look at anyone else's face apart from the emperor, nor did he need to deliberately curry favor with others. The eunuch left after delivering the imperial edict. The entire process was very short, and Chunzong felt like he couldn't react in time. Holding the imperial edict with both hands, Chunzong couldn't help but think. If he remembered correctly, the Dragon Teeth Guard's inspector was the third prince. To put it simply, the Dragon Teeth Guard belonged to the third prince's faction to a certain extent, and he belonged to the ninth prince's faction. Even if he was appointed, he should have entered the Dragon Eye Guard. Why was he appointed to the Dragon Teeth Guard and to the position of vice commander as soon as he arrived? There must be a reason behind this that he didn't know. The first person Chunzong thought of was the third prince. After putting the imperial edict into his mustard seed bag, Chunzong no longer had the mood to practice his sword. He immediately left the serene residence and headed towards the ninth prince's residence. What? You were appointed as vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard by imperial father's decree. The ninth prince was extremely shocked after hearing Chunzong's words, because he had no idea about this at all. Chunzong took out the imperial edict and handed it to the ninth prince. The ninth prince opened it and took a few glances. It was indeed an imperial edict, and no one dared to issue a fake edict within the imperial city. What does imperial father mean by this? The ninth prince closed the imperial edict and couldn't help but ponder, his brows furrowed tightly. Chunzong then spoke of his own conjecture. Brother Chen's words make sense. It's very likely that third brother is behind this. He wants you to enter the Dragon Teeth Guard so that he can slowly deal with you and weaken my strength, the ninth prince said with certainty. He then said to Chunzong with an apologetic tone, Brother Chun, I didn't think that third brother would do such a thing. Since Imperial Father has already issued an Imperial Edict, I can't change it. However, I can be certain that there's definitely something good about you being appointed as Vice Commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard. You must be careful. Chunzong nodded. Since things had come to this point, he could only welcome everything, whether it was a challenge or a scheme. Also, I'm very sorry, Brother Chun. The Marquis of Mighty Mountain didn't receive any punishment because of third brother's interference. The ninth prince said apologetically. Chunzong wasn't surprised. This was within reason. Chapter 550. No matter if it was a conspiracy or an overt plot, Chunzong couldn't go against the Imperial Edict because he didn't have the strength to do so. If Chunzong was a cultivator in the sky profound realm, then he could completely ignore the Imperial Edict. It was a pity that he was only a mere cultivator in the true martial realm. Let's just obediently take up the post. The next day, Chunzong packed up and left the Serene residence, heading for the headquarters of the Dragon Teeth Guard. The Dragon Teeth Guard's headquarters had a very strange appearance. It was as if an enormous dragon's tooth had been erected on the earth, and its aura was astounding. Halt! Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters or suffer the consequences. The cold voice was like a knife, carrying a hint of threat and killing intent as it stopped Shunzong from approaching the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters. The gazes of the two Dragon Teeth Guard guards were cold as their right hands pressed down on the hilts of their blades, as if they would draw their blades at any moment and kill Shunzong. Shunzong's brow furrowed slightly. Logically speaking, the Dragon Teeth Guard should have received the news that he'd been conferred the title of Vice Commander by the Imperial Edict. There was only one explanation, and that was that the third prince had given the order to purposefully make things difficult for him. I am Shunzong. I was conferred the title of Vice Commander by the Emperor yesterday. I've come to report today. Shunzong's brow relaxed as he spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. What a joke. Do you think you're a vice commander just because you say so? One of the Dragon Teeth Guards smiled coldly and retorted, I think the two of you should know my identity in the matter of the Emperor's conferment. No matter who instigated you to make things difficult for me, it's best if you stop now, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Shunzong spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly, but his words were quite sharp, pressing forward like the edge of a sword. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, then that means you're defying the Imperial Edict. Your head will roll. The faces of the two Dragon Teeth Guards stiffened after the incisive words. A trace of struggle appeared in the depths of their eyes as they looked at each other and released their grip on the hilts of their weapons. I remember now. There was indeed a new vice commander, but I didn't think that the vice commander would be so young that we didn't recognize him. Please forgive us. That's right. We made a mistake. Please don't take offense, Vice Commander. The two Dragon Teeth Guards said hastily and bowed repeatedly. They had naturally received some orders to do their best to make things difficult for the new deputy commander. However, they had never thought that the deputy commander's words would be so sharp. It was like a sharp sword piercing straight towards them. There was no way to avoid it. The word defy made them tremble in fear. Within the Dragon Reflection Imperial City, whoever dared to defy the Imperial Edict was courting death. After weighing the pros and cons, the two could only give in. Shunzong hadn't suffered any losses, so he had no intention of quibbling with these two Dragon Teeth Guards, unless they were seeking their own deaths. He strode into the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters. Only then did the two Dragon Teeth Guards let out a sigh of relief, but then looked a bit angry. Shunzong's purpose in coming here was to make a report. Since he had been conferred the title of Deputy Commander, the one with a higher position than him was the commander. Therefore, the person he needed to report to was the Commander Long Wuye. The commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard, Long Wuye, was currently sitting high up in the main hall of the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters. Shunzong's arrival was both expected and unexpected. After all, Shunzong had been conferred the title of Deputy Commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard. Therefore, it was necessary for him to report to the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters. Otherwise, it would be defying the Imperial Edict, and the consequences would be severe. However, Long Wuye and the others had all felt that Shunzong would come again after a few days to at least make more preparations. They hadn't thought that Shunzong would come after just one night. This was unexpected. Shunzong greets the commander. Shunzong raised his hands in a cupped fist salute to Long Wuye, who was sitting high up in the main seat. Numerous gazes landed on Shunzong, as if wanting to pierce through Shunzong. Shunzong was unperturbed and unaffected. Even if this was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, it still wouldn't make Shunzong feel fear. To be conferred the title of Deputy Commander at such a young age, you are indeed no small matter. Long Wuye's tall and burly appearance was quite strong. His voice was like a great bell and rolling thunder, but an obscure light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Men, bring Deputy Commander Chen's martial robe and command medallion. Following Long Wuye's words, very quickly, someone carrying a dark red square wooden tray walked into the main hall with his head lowered and waist bent. On the square wooden tray, there was a set of folded robes neatly placed. On the robes, there was a belt and beside the belt, there was a pair of shoes. Between the belt and the shoes, there was a dark golden token that looked like a dragon's tooth. "Give it to Deputy Commander Chun." Long Wuya waved his hand and said directly. Chunzong was a bit surprised. The two dragon teeth guards had made things difficult for him when he'd been about to enter. Chunzong knew that it wouldn't be that easy to report this trip. Why was it different from what he'd imagined? Could it be that they weren't planning on making things difficult for him? Or were they going to deal with him slowly in the future? As his thoughts turned, the martial robe and the other items were already in front of him. Chunzong raised his hands to receive them. "Hold on!" A shout exploded like a sudden clap of thunder. A tall man in armor suddenly stood up, his eyes shooting out a shocking light. He cupped his hands in salute to Long Wuya as he said, "Sir Commander, it's not that I'm disobeying the decree, but I believe that the position of Vice Commander should be given to someone who has made great contributions to the Dragon Teeth Guard, and not to an unknown outsider. I'm not convinced. Sir Commander, we also do not accept this." The others also stood up and cupped their hands in salute, expressing their opinions one by one. Chunzong also put down his hands and stood still, waiting to see what Long Wuya had to say. Long Wuya seemed to be in a bit of a difficult position, and his expression was on point. "Chunzong, His Majesty conferring you the position of Deputy Commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard is due to His Majesty's boundless benevolence. However, the Dragon Teeth Guard is in charge of apprehending criminals and killing all those who cause trouble for the dynasty." Long Wuya opened his mouth and said carefully, "Without a doubt, you are very talented, but talent is just talent. You need time to verify it. Our Dragon Teeth Guard has a commander and 2 deputy commanders. Not long ago, Deputy Commander Lin led a team to chase down criminals, but accidentally fell into a trap and sacrificed himself. The position of Deputy Commander was vacated, and thus you were conferred the title." After a pause, Long Wuya continued, "As the commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard, I have the strength of a Grandmaster. The 2 deputy commanders have the strength of 8 stars, and the 5 senior commanders have the strength of 7 stars. May I ask, Chunzong, what rank are you now?" 5 stars. Chunzong replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Only 5 stars. Long Wuya frowned, and the others all laughed coldly. These people were the other deputy commander and the 5 senior commanders. None of them said anything, but the expressions on their faces clearly showed that they looked down on Chunzong's strength of 5 stars. They believed that Chunzong did not have the qualifications to be the Dragon Teeth Guard's deputy commander. The higher the position of the Dragon Teeth Guard, the more powerful one must be. Long Wuya opened his mouth again. "I understand the meaning of the commander's words." Chunzong suddenly opened his mouth. "I know that my strength is meager, and I do not have the qualifications to be the Dragon Teeth Guard's deputy commander. I will report this matter truthfully and return the imperial edict." Long Wuya's eyelids suddenly jumped when he heard Chunzong's words. If Chunzong really did this, then regardless of Chunzong's fate, Long Wuya's fate would definitely not be good. This was because this was equivalent to him forcing Chunzong into a corner. The others' expressions were also ugly. No one had thought that Chunzong would respond like this. This was not what they had planned. "Wait a moment." Long Wuya hurriedly called out to Chunzong. "Deputy Commander, Chun has misunderstood. I'm not saying that Deputy Commander Chun does not have the qualifications to be the Deputy Commander. I'm just trying to give Deputy Commander Chun a more direct understanding of the Dragon Teeth Guard. Although Deputy Commander Chen's current battle strength is not high enough, Deputy Commander Chen's talent is quite outstanding. As long as Deputy Commander Chun is given enough time, it's not impossible for him to raise his battle strength to the 8-star level, or even become a master. However, since Deputy Commander Chun is the Deputy Commander, you must be able to convince others. Only in this way can the Dragon Teeth Guard display its greatest cohesiveness and strength." Long Wuya's meaning was that Chunzong's strength was too low, and he was unable to convince the Dragon Teeth Guard. He would drag the entire Dragon Teeth Guard down. "Dare I ask, Sir Commander, is there any way for me to immediately reach the pseudo-transcendent realm?" Chun Zong suddenly retorted. His words didn't follow common sense. Long Wuya and the others' complexions immediately stiffened. They didn't know how to answer Chun Zong. If there really was a way for a true martial realm cultivator to immediately reach the pseudo-transcendent realm, why would he need to immerse himself in the true martial realm for so many years to slowly improve? Deputy Commander Chen really likes to joke. Long Wuye forced out a smile and laughed. Vice Commander Chun, since you're going to take over the position of Vice Commander, then you must bring out the corresponding ability to convince the Dragon Teeth Guard and prove that you have the right to take on the position of Vice Commander. Otherwise, you'll be smearing the Dragon Teeth Guard's name and losing face for the royal family. A commander suddenly spoke up, his words sharp and incisive. Shenzong's heart was clear. In the end, these people were just deliberately making things difficult for him or trying to provoke him. It was an open conspiracy. Shenzong didn't know what the consequences would be if he really reported his resignation. If he wasn't careful, he could be very unlucky. If he didn't report his resignation, then he could only take on the position of deputy commander. If the other Dragon Teeth Guard didn't cooperate with him or even made things difficult for him, then it would undoubtedly bring him a lot of trouble. Shenzong didn't like trouble. If there was trouble, then he would find a way to solve it. All right, since you've set up a trap to deal with me, then I'll break it and leave you helpless. Whether it's a conspiracy or an open one, I, Chun Zong, will take it all on. Please instruct me, Sir Commander, how can I be considered qualified? How can I convince the other Dragon Teeth Guards? Chun Zong asked back, ignoring the hooting captains. It's very simple to convince the Dragon Teeth Guards. Strength and merits. Long Wuya smiled. Vice Commander Chun is still lacking in strength. Then we can only start with merits. Sir Commander, I have a suggestion. Another deputy commander flicked a glance at Chun Zong and spoke again. Deputy Commander Lin fell into the trap of a criminal and sacrificed himself. The criminal is still on the run. Vice Commander Chun, please capture or kill the criminal. Firstly, you can avenge Deputy Commander Lin. Secondly, you can also prove Vice Commander Chen's outstanding abilities. Thirdly, you can earn the corresponding merits. 3 birds with 1 stone. I'll be the first to be convinced. Anyone who isn't convinced will have to go through me first. At this point, the so-called trap was finally revealed. Chapter 551. The captain of the 3rd Brigade was called Long Tai, and there were 2 other members of the 3rd Brigade. One was called Long Gang, Long Tai's younger brother, and the other was called Yang Sanqi. In addition, there was the newly appointed Vice Commander Chinzong. Some members of the royal family, such as the Dragon Teeth Guard, Dragon Claw Guard, Dragon Eye Guard, and so on, were not all surnamed Long. There were also some who were not surnamed Long and were not forced to change their surname. However, if they changed their surname to Long, they would receive better treatment. Chinzong's mission was to pursue the murderer who killed the previous vice commander and capture him or kill him on the spot. As for Long Tai, Long Gang, and Yang Sanqi, they were there to provide assistance. Long Tai was a 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm master, while Long Gang and Yang Sanqi were both 5-star masters. They weren't geniuses, but they had cultivated for a long time, and with the help of the Dragon Teeth Guard's various resources, they could be considered cultivators with a solid foundation. The Dragon Eye Guard was responsible for monitoring the Longtu region. They had already found out where the murderer was, and Chun Zong and the other 3 only needed to rush to the murderer's location to capture and kill him. The 4 of them were extremely fast. After leaving the Imperial City, they hurried on their way. The murderer's location was at the edge of the Longtu region, where it intersected with another region. There were 2 regions adjacent to the Longtu region, one east and one west. The Dragon Shadow Island was at the eastern edge of the Longtu region, and the murderer's location was at the western edge of the Longtu region. Chinzong's speed was not inferior to Long Tai's, but in order to take care of Long Gang and Yang Sanqi, he had to limit his speed. Of course, the 3 of them did not know how fast Chinzong's true speed was. Late at night, the group stopped to rest after rushing for a few days. The bonfire burned brightly, and a large wild boar that had been slaughtered and cleaned was placed on top of the fire. The sizzling sound was the sound of the large wild boar's fat dripping onto the fire. The rich meat fragrance also spread out, floating in the air, making people drool. Yang Sanshi took out the carefully prepared seasoning and evenly sprinkled it on the slowly rolling large wild boar. An even more enticing fragrance blew out like the wind. Fragrant, too fragrant. Long Gang took a deep breath and couldn't help but drool. Going on a mission with brother Yang sure feels good. Come, I have some good wine. Long Tai smiled as he took out 3 jars from his mustard seed bag and gave one each to Long Gang and Yang Sanshi. As for Chun Zong, he didn't get a share. In short, Chun Zong was isolated. Sitting far away from the bonfire, Chun Zong had also started a bonfire. He was slowly roasting a plump rabbit over it. The conversation between Long Tai and the other two didn't affect Chun Zong at all. In the eyes of Long Gang and the others, it was as if he was provoking them, causing them to gnash their teeth in hatred. Ever since they'd left the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters, Long Tai, Long Gang, and Yang Sanshi had intentionally or unintentionally isolated Chun Zong. None of them talked to Chun Zong along the way, only minding their own business. Even when they stopped to rest, the 3 didn't pay any attention to Chun Zong, as if Chun Zong didn't exist. They'd used this method to deal with others, and the results have been unbearable. However, Chun Zong didn't. Chun Zong had been mentally prepared from the beginning. Therefore, no matter what the other side played, Chun Zong didn't find it strange. Chun Zong took out a jug of wine and paired it with the roasted rabbit meat. He ate to his heart's content. Long Tai, Long Gang, and Yang Sanshi immediately lost interest in his leisurely attitude. They felt that the wine and food in their mouths were like white wax. This kid isn't easy to deal with. Yang Sanshi sent a message to Long Tai and Long Gang. Take it slow, there's plenty of time. A trace of darkness flashed through Long Tai's eyes. If this kid still doesn't know what's good for him. Long Gang's words had a hidden meaning. Then don't blame us for being vicious and merciless. Long Tai smiled sinisterly. Long Gang and Yang Sanshi immediately revealed a trace of understanding when they heard these words. Their gazes, when they looked at Chun Zong, became a bit more strange. Let's go. Let's continue on our way, Long Tai said as he stood up after quickly finishing his meal. Long Gang and Yang Sanshi also stood up and followed. For those with rich experience, this kind of running 1,000 miles to chase after an enemy was nothing out of the ordinary. Therefore, each of them had astonishing stamina. In reality, their level of training was quite good, so they planned on using this method to cause some trouble for Chun Zong. Chun Zong also got up and hurried on. They didn't know that although Chun Zong's experience in running 1,000 miles to chase after an enemy was far inferior to theirs, his level of training and body training was much higher than theirs. His endurance had especially increased after he'd trained in the transformation of intentions. Chun Zong calmly followed behind the 3 Dragon Teeth Guards. His expression was refined and demure, as if he was out to play. This made the 3 of them grit their teeth in hatred. This bastard. They'd already left the Imperial City for a few days now. They'd isolated the other party and used all sorts of methods, but they still hadn't been able to make him suffer. This was too detestable. With everyone's speed, it would take at least a month's time to travel from the Imperial City to the western border. It was just as Long Tai had said, they still needed time to slowly deal with Chun Zong. Night fell, and it was time to rest again. Vice Commander Chun, I've heard that your battle strength is also at 5 stars. That's great. I'm also at 5 stars. Please give me some pointers. Long Gang threw away the bone that he'd completely gnawed on and rubbed his hands together, rubbing off all the grease. He stood up, and a tyrannical aura surged out like a raging storm, directly bombarding Chun Zong's body. He didn't have the slightest bit of respect for the vice commander. As you wish. Chun Zong also stood up. You've used all sorts of methods to target me, but after discovering that they have no effect, you're now planning to teach me a lesson. Then I'll let you know what it means to lift a rock and drop it on your own feet. Long Tai didn't say a word. Yang Sanshi looked like he was watching a show. Vice Commander Chun, Swords have no eyes. If I can't hold back and hurt you, don't blame me. Long Gang laughed mischievously and pulled out the long saber at his waist. The blade's body flickered with a dazzling cold light under the night sky. Okay. Shenzong understood the meaning behind his words. He wanted nothing more than to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Take my saber. As soon as his voice fell, the snow-white saber light tore through the night sky like lightning, bringing with it an astonishing sharpness. The saber tore through the night sky, fully displaying the battle strength of an early 5-star warrior. His saber technique was exquisite and peerless, ruthless and fierce. It was the kind of saber technique that had been honed through life and death battles. It was most suitable for battle. Once it was used, it would either cause death or injury. Using such a saber technique to deal with Shenzong was already very obvious. However, the saber's trajectory was clear in Shenzong's eyes, and the power contained in it was also clearly grasped by Shenzong. Yang Sanchi didn't see Shenzong pull out his sword at all. However, Long Tai's strength was higher and his eyesight was sharper. He saw Shenzong's right hand move and pull out the hilt at his waist. A dazzling deep blue sword light tore through the sky. There was no sound of metal clashing. There was only a beam of deep blue sword light piercing through the night sky. It was too fast, so fast that even Long Tai could not react in time. Long Gang's entire body was sent flying, and he kept vomiting blood. He was stabbed by Shenzong's sword. Shenzong used a skillful move, so the sword edge didn't pierce through Long Gang's body. However, the powerful force penetrated his body, not only repelling Long Gang, but also injuring him. How dare you use such a heavy hand? Long Tai was furious and directly chopped his saber at Shenzong. The overbearing saber light broke through the air, bringing a strong sense of crisis to Shenzong. He quickly waved his sword, and hundreds of sword strikes broke through the air in an instant, while he himself quickly retreated. With his extremely nimble body and faster power condensed and erupted, Shenzong was able to avoid the chop of the saber hand. The ground behind him directly cracked open with a tens of meters long crack. Yang Sanchi helped Long Gang up. Long Gang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly took out a medicinal pill to treat his internal injuries. He then stared at Shenzong with a fierce and murderous look. Shenzong held his two swords in front of him. His eyes were cold and sharp, and his words were as sharp as swords. Captain Long Tai, are you trying to offend your superior? Long Tai took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger and murderous intent inside him. I don't dare, Long Tai said. He walked to Long Gang's side and examined him. He found that Long Gang had only suffered minor internal injuries and no other injuries. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, his eyes were still cold when he looked at Shenzong. Long Gang's fighting strength could reach the middle stage of the 5-star level at most, and the early stage of the 5-star level was relatively normal. However, he was defeated by Shenzong with only one strike. The gap between their fighting strength was very obvious. Is it the late stage of the 5-star level or the peak of the 5-star level? Long Tai secretly guessed. Long Gang was full of hatred and wished he could pull out his saber and kill Shenzong. However, he also realized that the gap between his strength and Shenzong's was very obvious, unless his brother was willing to help him. However, they came here with a mission. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they couldn't kill Shenzong. Seeing that Long Tai had stopped, Shenzong also put away his swords. However, he kept a certain distance from the three so that he could have more time to react. After a short rest, they set off again and continued their journey. Time flew by, and half a month passed very quickly. Shenzong was still in a state of isolation. However, what happened next surprised Shenzong. Yang Sanchi tore off a roasted deer leg and walked over. Vice Commander Chun, try my cooking. Yang Sanchi handed over the roasted deer leg that was tender and fragrant. Shenzong couldn't help but be surprised. In the past half a month, Yang Sanchi didn't even say a word to him. He was completely isolated by Long Tai and Long Gang. Why would there be such a sudden change in the past half a month? In an instant, Chunzong's thoughts turned sharply. Don't worry, Vice Commander Chun. The roasted deer leg is not poisonous. Yang Sanchi smiled. Chunzong reached out and took the roasted deer leg from Yang Sanchi while thinking. He glanced at Long Tai and Long Gang from the corner of his eyes and found that they were also looking at him. They seemed to be observing Chunzong's reaction. Chunzong didn't know what these three people were thinking, but this change was too sudden. It was impossible to say that there was nothing fishy about it. While thinking, Chunzong took the roasted deer leg. It was really delicious. Seeing Chunzong take the roasted deer leg, Yang Sanchi turned around with a smile and walked back to his original place. His eyes met Long Tai and Long Gang's eyes. Only they knew the meaning contained in those eyes. Although they didn't know why, they had to admit that Yang Sanchi's roasting skills were very good, much better than his own. Chapter 552. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Mid-Autumn Festival is here. The Dominator of 6 Realms wishes the brothers a happy and healthy family reunion. As for the Dominator of 6 Realms, it is said that the biggest typhoon since the founding of the country is coming. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was quiet and serene. The bonfire burned fiercely, and the light from the fire illuminated the area for hundreds of meters. The third prince is a man of great talent and vision. He is the best candidate to be the crown prince. Yang Sanchi said. His face was dark and gloomy under the illumination of the bonfire. Not only is the third prince's talent outstanding, but his knowledge and experience are also incomparable to ordinary people. He is also ambitious. If he becomes the emperor of the dynasty in the future, he will definitely make the dynasty even stronger. Who knows? He might even be able to conquer the 2 neighboring regions and make them our Longtu dynasty's territory. Long Gang added, Vice Commander Chun, the third prince, is a wise ruler. Long Tai said to Chunzong as if he was concluding. In the first half of the month, the 3 of them isolated Chunzong. Then they changed their attitude. Since Yang Sanchi took the initiative to send roasted deer legs to Chunzong, the 3 of them would take the initiative to talk to Chunzong from time to time. They talked casually with Chunzong and slowly talked about the third prince. In short, they were trying their best to say good things about the third prince. Gradually, Chunzong also understood that this was probably the third prince's instruction. First, they targeted him and isolated him. Then, they took the initiative to approach him and make him feel flattered. These were all tricks. Unfortunately, regardless of whether he was isolated or approached, Chunzong was not affected in the slightest. Just like the willow branch, it swayed in the wind and remained silent, unaffected by the outside world. Chunzong's attitude made Long Tai and the other 2 very angry, but there was nothing they could do about it. That's right, they had received the third prince's instructions. The third prince had wanted to get rid of Chunzong before, but changed his mind later on. He felt that it was better to subdue Chunzong rather than get rid of him. This was because Chunzong's talent was indeed astonishing. If he could sincerely submit to the third prince, he would be a great help. Moreover, if Chunzong submitted to the third prince, it would also be a blow to the 9th prince to a certain extent. Because of this, the third prince had used many connections in secret and finally had the emperor issue an imperial edict to make Chunzong the Dragon Teeth Guard's vice commander. In the third prince's eyes, making Chunzong the vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard was giving Chunzong enormous benefits. He naturally couldn't do it so easily, or else he wouldn't cherish it. On the contrary, he had to think of ways to attack Chunzong within a certain range and grind away at Chunzong's edges, making it easier to subdue him. All in all, everything that had happened now was the third prince's efforts to thoroughly subdue Chunzong. One had to say, the third prince had put in a lot of effort, but unfortunately, the results hadn't been obvious. Of course, the third prince had also instructed that if they really couldn't convince Chunzong, then they had to find an opportunity to get rid of Chunzong. This was also why Chunzong had come out to carry out this mission. It was always more secretive to get rid of him in a place far away from the capital. In the blink of an eye, the second half of the month had passed. The three repeatedly praised the third prince, but unfortunately, Chunzong wasn't moved. They had also arrived at their destination. The ascending heaven region was adjacent to the western part of the Longtu region. Its name meant to reach the heavens in a single step. It was rumored that in ancient times, a peerless genius had appeared in this region. In a short period of time, he had gone from an ordinary person to a transcendent realm cultivator. He had skyrocketed and became a sky-profound realm martial emperor. It was a classic example of reaching the heavens in a single step. There was a city adjacent to the ascending heaven region called Ascending Dragon City. It wasn't under the jurisdiction of the Longtu region or the Ascending Heaven region. In fact, a long time ago, the two regions had fought several wars over the sovereignty of Ascending Dragon City. The casualties were heavy, and Ascending Dragon City had been destroyed many times. It had been rebuilt again and again. Later, the two regions began a trade. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. They came up with a plan, which was to each take charge of the city for a period of 10 years. As for who would take charge first, it was decided after a series of battles. This lasted for more than 100 years, but every time it was the turn of the other regions to take charge, they would take the opportunity to plunder the resources of Ascending Dragon City as much as possible, making it difficult for the other regions to gain any benefits. In the long run, the benefits to Ascending Dragon City were huge, to the point of being fatal. It also caused many people from the two regions to be dissatisfied, and conflicts inevitably broke out again. In the end, the two regions reached a consensus after many negotiations. They decided to make Ascending Dragon City an independent city of the two regions. It would also serve as a bridge between the two regions. On the surface, Ascending Dragon City was indeed no longer under the jurisdiction of the two regions. There were also rules that forbade the forces of the two regions from directly entering the city. However, the various forces in Ascending Dragon City were inextricably linked to the forces of the two regions. Ascending Dragon City looked very big, but it was relatively new because it had been rebuilt after many wars. There were 4 true martial realm guards at the gate of Ascending Dragon City. Anyone who wanted to enter or leave had to pay a corresponding fee. The amount of the fee was related to the person's cultivation. In short, the fee for Qi and Blood Realm was lower, the fee for Energy Refining Realm was higher, and the fee for True Martial Realm was higher. However, for most cultivators, such a fee was nothing. Love Go shall say W. Chu, however, the fee could only last for a month. After a month, if one wanted to enter or leave Ascending Dragon City again, they would have to pay the fee again. After Chunzong and the other 3 had paid a certain fee, each of them received a wooden token. The wooden token had a unique aura fluctuation that couldn't be imitated. The token would last for exactly 1 month. If the wooden token was lost during this period, there was no way around it. It was an anonymous token. If one wanted to enter or leave Ascending Dragon City again, they would have to apply for a new one. Of course, if one was a Transcendent Realm Master, they could enter and leave Ascending Dragon City at will without paying any fee. This was the privilege of the strong. Chunzong and the other 3 didn't wear the Dragon Teeth Guard's martial robes. Therefore, it wasn't easy to recognize them. Even so, soon after the 4 of them stepped into Ascending Dragon City, they were secretly watched. The forces in Ascending Dragon City were complicated, and there were many eyes and ears. Vice Commander Chun, in my opinion, why don't we find an end to stay for the time being and then track down the culprits? Long Tai seemed to be asking for Chunzong's opinion, but his tone was very firm. He had already made a decision and strode towards a restaurant. In this regard, Chunzong didn't care. The lack of information put Chunzong in a passive position. He could only deal with the situation as it came. Those people have already stayed in the Long Sky restaurant. Make all the preparations. We'll act tonight. In the room, the 4 of them sat around table. On the table was a fragrant and delicious dish. There was also a large jar of fine wine. There were also 4 simple bowls in front of the 4 of them. The bowls were filled with amber-colored fine wine, giving off an intoxicating fragrance. Vice Commander Chun, A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. The third prince is thirsty for talented people. Vice Commander Chun, you are indeed outstanding. If you are willing to assist the third prince will definitely not treat you unfairly. Long Tai opened his mouth and spoke directly. He was not beating around the bush like before. After all, a month had passed, and they had arrived at their destination, Ascending Dragon City. It was time to make a decision. Long Gang and Yang Sanchi also stared at Chunzong with shining eyes, waiting for Chunzong's response. The ninth prince treats me like a brother. Chunzong gave a very short answer. His words revealed everything. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He revealed Chunzong's intention and refused the third prince's invitation. From the moment the third prince attacked Chunzong, it was destined that Chunzong would not assist the third prince. Moreover, the third prince was ruthless and not a wise ruler. Even if Chunzong really assisted him, he would probably be killed after he had outlived his usefulness in the future. Chunzong, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Long Gang was furious and slammed his palm on the table. The wine and dishes splashed everywhere. Yang Sanchi also stared at Chunzong with an unfriendly expression. If they could persuade Chunzong, then the three of them would be rewarded by the third prince. This was closely related to their own interests. Well, everyone has their own ambitions. You can't force them. Long Tai spoke, suppressing Long Gang's anger. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he immediately said to Chunzong, "Since Deputy Commander Chun has his own plans, I can't interfere. However, don't regret it in the future." Chunzong just smiled when he heard this. He got up and walked to the door. If they were not on the same page, there would be no point in saying anything. If they had different aspirations and paths, there would be no taste in drinking. Seeing Chunzong walk out of the door and close it, the three people's faces suddenly darkened. Too arrogant. Long Gang was furious. "Captain, what's next?" Yang Sanchi looked at Long Tai and asked. "Since he doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, then we will proceed according to the original plan." Long Tai said firmly. In Ascending Dragon City, the influence of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family had been weakened to a certain extent. Even the Dragon Eye Guard, who claimed to monitor the entire region, was seriously affected. Late at night, after Chunzong finished cultivating, he was ready to have a good rest to make up for the lack of rest he had in the past month. Cultivation was often about balance between tension and relaxation. Proper rest could relax the whole body and was more beneficial to future cultivation. In the dead of night, Ascending Dragon City seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. "Who is it?" "It's you. You killed Deputy Commander Lin. How dare you come alone? You are courting death." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the room next door. It was Yang Sanchi's room. Chunzong instantly got up. Sword light broke through the air, directly splitting the wall of the room and rushing into Yang Sanchi's room. Chunzong heard Yang Sanchi's voice very clearly. He also heard the content of the words clearly. It was the murderer of Deputy Commander Lin. Chunzong's mission was to catch or kill the murderer. Since the murderer took the initiative to appear, he could not let him go. At the same time, Long Tai and Long Gang also broke through the wall and rushed into Yang Sanchi's room. They saw Yang Sanchi fighting fiercely with a short man in black. Every move was fatal. Swift and fierce saber lights were everywhere, and all the furniture was smashed and turned into powder under the attacks of the two men. Chunzong saw the situation of the battle at a glance. His two swords pierced through the air to kill the black-clothed man without mercy. Long Gang also pulled out his long saber and slashed at the black-clothed man with killing intent. The black-clothed man's figure was very agile. He easily avoided Chunzong's two swords and Long Gang's long saber, and then fiercely slashed at Yang Sanchi with the short saber in his hand. The swift and fierce black light drifted up and down like a ghost, making it difficult for Yang Sanchi to distinguish it for a while. He could only wave his long saber with all his strength to lay down a heavy defense. Unexpectedly, the short saber suddenly turned and slashed at Chunzong without warning. Chunzong's perception was very sharp. He immediately reacted and locked the trajectory of the black light with his superb swordsmanship. His two swords pierced through the air, one to resist the black light, and the other to stab the black-clothed man's heart. End of chapter. Chapter 553. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The sword light was a deep dark blue, like a star that streaked across the sky. Suddenly, Chunzong felt that the black-clothed man's attack had a sudden increase in power. In an instant, it had more than doubled. The sword light collapsed upon contact and mercilessly stabbed toward his heart. Chunzong felt a pain as if his heart had been pierced before it even hit him. With his superb swordsmanship and extremely nimble body, Chunzong was able to react faster. His long sword rolled, spun, and shook, changing its strength in an instant. In an instant, he weakened the black-clothed man's tyrannical power layer by layer and diverted it. The other sword was even faster, like a thunderbolt that broke through the sky, fiercely stabbing toward the black-clothed man's throat. Chunzong's quick change and nimble reaction were completely out of the black-clothed man's expectation. A trace of astonishment could be seen in his eyes, but the black-clothed man's fighting strength was superb. Under his all-out attack, Chunzong had no choice but to concentrate all his attention to deal with it. Yang Sanqi and Long Gang, who were originally slashing toward the black-clothed man, suddenly slashed their long sabers toward Chunzong. The momentum was fierce, like a massacre on the battlefield. After Yang Sanqi and Long Gang, Long Tai also slashed out with his saber, completely blocking Chunzong's dodging and retreating. In an instant, Chunzong was facing attacks from all sides, and 3 of the attacks were so unexpected. Exerting all his strength to twist his body and shift his footsteps, Chunzong's sword thrust towards the black-robed man also took advantage of the opportunity to sweep horizontally, splitting into 2 sword lights as they shot towards Yang Sanqi and Long Gang. Before the 2 men's long sabers could reach Chunzong, the 2 men had already struck them separately, breaking through their true force armor and the pseudo-spirit artifact protection, penetrating their shoulders and penetrating their collarbones. The black-clothed man also made his move at the same time. His mouth slightly opened, and a hair-raising sound was heard. Chunzong's sharp eyes vaguely saw a wisp of hair-like black light shooting toward him. He tilted his head back slightly and twisted his body to shift his feet. The black light shot out from beside his ear at an extremely fast speed. Long Tai's saber also arrived at the same time. It was like a maggot in one's tarsal bone, and there was no way to dodge it. He activated his cultivation method, and his chi and blood surged. Under the golden jade, impenetrable body, a white gold light spread out. The power of the level 3 pseudo-spiritual armor was also activated and formed another layer of protection. At the same time, Long Tai's other hand was holding a hair-like, thin black needle. The tip of the needle was emitting a bone-chilling red glow. With a flick of his finger, the thin black needle silently pierced through the air. Love, go, little, say, WH. Even though Chunzong's reaction speed was much faster than other warriors of the same level as him. Facing such a sudden and planned attack, he couldn't avoid it completely. He was hit by the black needle in Long Tai's hand. The black needle ignored all of Chunzong's defenses. It pierced through Chunzong's back like a thin piece of paper. Chunzong only felt a slight pain on his back. It was like being bitten by a mosquito or an ant when he was still an ordinary person. Immediately, a strong numbness slowly spread from the pain. With the saber in his hand, Long Tai slashed forward fiercely like lightning and thunder. Although he didn't use his full strength, Chunzong could only barely resist with all his strength under the difference in combat strength. He also had to pay attention to the black-clothed man's attack. Unconsciously, the numbness on his back spread faster. Chunzong was shocked to find that his pure yang qi, blood, and pure zhongyang true force were directly affected. The speed of circulation was getting slower and slower, and the power was slowly dispersing. Long Tai's saber came, and Chunzong couldn't dodge. He was sent flying to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not knowing how to appreciate kindness. Long Tai walked to Chinzong, holding a long saber, and looked down at him with cold eyes. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He said indifferently, I've given you many chances. You only have yourself to blame for this. The numbness had spread all over his body. Chinzong found that not only was his power scattered, but he couldn't even control his hands and feet. Even speaking became extremely difficult. Yang Sanshi and Long Gang came over with one hand covering their wounds. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were fierce. They kicked Chinzong fiercely and sent Chinzong flying. However, under the numbness, Chinzong didn't feel anything at all. The sword wounds they suffered were very obvious, and there were still remnants of sword chi raging. It would be difficult for them to recover without 10 days to half a month of rest, so they hated Chinzong very much. Well, take him away, the black-clothed man said in a shrill voice. There was some impatience in his eyes. Long Tai put his saber back in the sheath and grabbed Chinzong's shoulder with one hand, holding him up. He jumped and quickly left the restaurant. The black-clothed man, the injured Yang Sanshi, and Long Gang quickly followed. Love Go Xiao, say W. True, the strange thing was that the battle here was so loud, but no one in the restaurant came to watch. Groggy, Chinzong gradually woke up. His vision was a little blurry, and there seemed to be a fire shining in front of him. The burning fire on the brazier became clear, and Chinzong quickly woke up. He felt that his body was heavy, and his limbs were heavy and powerless. It was as if he was being pressed down by thousands of pounds of weight. He turned his head with some difficulty and first swept over his body. He didn't feel any restraint. The heavy and powerless feeling came from inside his body. After carefully feeling it, Chinzong found that his pure yang qi and blood were like stagnant water. His pure true force was also the same, motionless. The only thing that wasn't affected in his body was his spiritual power. But his spiritual power was too illusory, and Chinzong didn't have a good way to use it. He raised his head and swept his gaze over the ash-green walls under the illumination of the fire. They looked quite sturdy and thick, and there was even a door made of divine iron as thick as an arm. If Chinzong's strength wasn't affected, he would have been able to break it open. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to even move in his current state, not to mention doing anything else. Since his spiritual power wasn't affected, Chinzong's thoughts quickly turned, and he sorted out the cause and effect. The third prince was inextricably linked to him being conferred the title of vice commander of the Dragoneath Guard, and chasing after the murderer for 1,000 miles was also part of their plan. Even if Chinzong didn't accept it, they would have had other methods to make Chinzong accept it. Along the way, Long Tai and the other two had first isolated Chinzong in order to suppress Chinzong psychologically. Then, they took the initiative to approach Chinzong in order to create the feeling that Chinzong was flattered, which would make it easier for them to take action later on. It was a pity that Chinzong remained indifferent to all of their actions. Even when they took the initiative to express their goodwill, Chinzong didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise. Chinzong remained unmoved no matter how the three of them praised the third prince. The final ultimatum was undoubtedly when they drank in the restaurant after entering the city. Long Tai directly brought it up and wanted Chinzong to give a direct answer. Chinzong's answer was naturally not what Long Tai and the others wanted. Yang Sanshi was attacked in the middle of the night, and the goal was to lure Chinzong over. The black-clothed man had concealed his strength from the beginning, and his methods of concealment were so brilliant that Chinzong didn't immediately detect him. He suddenly exploded with his true strength after exchanging blows with Chinzong, wanting to catch Chinzong off guard. Long Gang and Yang Sanshi also took advantage of this opportunity to attack. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. They were originally in cahoots with the black-clothed man. However, he never expected that Chinzong's reaction speed would be so fast. Not only was he able to resist the black-robed man's attack, but he was also able to injure Yang Sanshi and Long Gang, who had launched a sneak attack. However, in the end, Long Tai was only a 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, and there was a big gap between him and Chunzong. Even if he didn't use his full strength, Chunzong still couldn't resist, let alone in a sneak attack. As for that black hair-like needle, it was a special kind of astral-piercing needle. It was a treasure specifically used to break through protective energy. The tip of the needle was smeared with a strong drug that could numb a person's body and cause their energy to dissipate. The more energy was used, the faster the drug would take effect. It was reasonable to say that if Long Tai directly attacked, Chunzong wouldn't be his opponent, but he didn't do so. Instead, he went through a lot of trouble to deal with Chunzong. In the end, he was worried that Chunzong might have some kind of trump card to deal with Long Tai. This operation couldn't have the slightest accident. If Chunzong escaped, the consequences would be unpredictable. In fact, their plan worked, and Chunzong was captured. As for whether Chunzong really had some kind of trump card, they didn't know. However, Chunzong's Star-Scar dual swords, mustard seed bag, and the 3rd-grade pseudo-spirit artifact on his body were all taken away. Only the void ring remained on his finger, unremarkable. It had to be said that in order to deal with Chunzong, the 3rd prince and the others had gone through a lot of trouble. There was no chance to deal with Chunzong inside the Imperial City, so the only way was to lure Chunzong out of the Imperial City, preferably away from the Imperial City. So, how could they lure Chunzong away from the Imperial City? It was very difficult. On the other hand, the 3rd prince also wanted to subdue Chunzong for his own use. With the combination of the two, he came up with a plan to make Chunzong the vice commander of the Dragadeath Guard. Then, he gave Chunzong the mission of chasing a criminal for 1,000 miles. It would be more convenient for him to come to Ascending Dragon City, where the Dragon Eye Guard surveillance was weak. If Chunzong was willing to submit to the 3rd prince, then the mission would be completed smoothly, and everyone would be happy. If he wasn't willing, then it would be easier to get rid of Chunzong here and cut off the 9th prince's powerful arm, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As his thought spun, Chunzong quickly straightened out the cause and effect of everything. Now that things had come to this, and he had become a prisoner, the most important thing was to find a way to recover his strength first, then find an opportunity to escape. Thinking of this, Chunzong first looked outside the door. There was no one guarding it. As for whether or not there was someone watching in the dark, Chunzong didn't notice. Even with his strong mental strength, he didn't notice it, so there should be no one watching him. Moving his body with difficulty and sitting cross-legged, Chunzong began to circulate the great unhindered true energy, intending to activate the power that was like stagnant water to recover his strength. But no matter how hard he tried, the great unhindered true energy was like stagnant water, unable to move at all. Chunzong's personality was tenacious, and he was even more persistent. He continued to work hard, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. No matter how hard Chunzong tried, his great unhindered true energy was unable to move, and so was his pure yang qi. Ha! Although the true condensation poison isn't a fatal poison, it can freeze a person's strength and make them unable to move. No matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. Unless you can get the antidote, you won't be able to recover even a bit of your strength within a few months. A person suddenly appeared outside the door. It was the man in black. Facing a trace of a sinister smile, he said in a sharp voice. Chunzong also stopped cultivating and looked at the other party, but didn't respond. On the one hand, he didn't want to respond, and on the other hand, he didn't have the strength to respond. In a chapter. Chapter 554. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chase. Inside the cell, the 3rd prince's face was twisted, his eyes full of anger and killing intent. Who would have thought that the true condensation poison would fail? Chunzong had completely recovered his strength at some point, but he pretended to be weak to fool everyone. Who would have thought that Chunzong would actually dare to attack and kill the 3rd prince's men in front of him? Accidents happened again and again, all of them out of his control. This made the 3rd prince very angry. He liked to control everything in his hands. If he couldn't control it, he would destroy it. The more he thought about it, the angrier the third prince became. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and the breath he exhaled was hot, like a volcano about to erupt. Trash! He viciously kicked the body of the man in black, sending it flying and crashing into the wall, but Long Tai had already chased after him. Taking a step, the third prince quickly rushed out of the cell and chased after him. He didn't care about his own safety, or rather, he didn't care because he had a strong enough defensive power. Even an extreme mortal powerhouse couldn't break through it. Therefore, even if the conqueror martial ancestor wasn't by his side, the third prince didn't feel that his life would be in danger. "Catch him, you must catch him!" The third prince roared furiously, and the warriors in the dungeon began to move. This dungeon was secretly built by the third prince. Even the Dragon Eye Guard didn't know that this dungeon was directly related to the third prince. Unexpectedly, Chunzong used the mixed iron forging hand to kill the black-clothed man. Chunzong also used the rebound force to propel himself out of the cell at an even faster speed. It wasn't that Chunzong didn't want to deal with the third prince, but the third prince had a hidden trump card, a defensive power. Chunzong knew this from the ninth prince. Even an extreme mortal powerhouse couldn't kill the third prince or the ninth prince. Since that was the case, the first thing he needed to do was to weaken the third prince's overall strength. Long Tai was only at the pseudo-transcendent realm, so Chunzong wasn't confident he could succeed, so he could only start with the black-clothed man. The man in black was indeed powerful, but he was nothing compared to Chunzong, who had cultivated the embodiment of will. The alarms had already been set off, and the martial artists in the dungeon quickly took action, blocking the exits as a portion of the martial artists charged in. "The enemy is here," someone shouted as soon as he spotted Chunzong and attacked him. "Die!" With a low roar, Chunzong struck out with his palm. A terrifying power broke through the air, as if it could destroy a mountain, and directly defeated the opponent's attack. Then, the opponent's arm shattered inch by inch, and the punch landed on his chest. His chest caved in, and his whole body flew out as if he had been hit by a mountain. He crashed into the person behind him with an astonishing force, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. There were indeed many martial artists guarding the dungeon, and all of them were at the late stage of the true martial realm. However, most of them were just ordinary true martial realm martial artists. They could play a big role in dealing with ordinary true martial realm martial artists, but against a genius like Chunzong, they were like ants trying to shake a tree. Moving forward, Chunzong was like a hot knife through butter. Holding a level 1 pseudo-spiritual long sword, which was taken from a guard at the peak of the 9th stage of the true martial realm, Chunzong's strength was even more terrifying, and he was invincible. The Starmar twin swords were taken away, and so was his mustard seed bag. The mustard seed bag was no longer the mustard seed bag given to him by the unhindered sword sect, but it had been replaced with a mustard seed bag with a larger internal space. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The bag could hold more things, so Chunzong put the level 2 pseudo-spiritual long sword he had used before into the mustard seed bag. Now that Chunzong knew, he must put a pair of spare long swords in the void ring, in case the current situation happened again. The level 1 pseudo-spiritual long sword he had taken was really not enough to satisfy him. However, Chunzong also knew that his purpose was to escape from here, not to kill the enemy, so he kept moving forward at full speed. He would only attack when there was an enemy blocking his way. Originally, Chunzong's battle strength was as high as the peak of the 5-star realm. Taking into account his superb swordsmanship, he was able to compete with a warrior at the peak of the 5-star realm. After practicing the body of mind and body, his body had been reborn, becoming lighter and more responsive. The condensing and outburst of his strength had also been greatly improved, which imperceptibly improved Chunzong's strength. Although the most direct manifestation of one's battle strength was the attack power, Chunzong felt that he would not be at a disadvantage even if he were to fight with an early 6-star realm expert. This was because his reaction was faster and his control of his strength was more amazing. None of the dungeon guards could stop Chunzong, not even for a breath of time. Go, go, go. Kill, kill, kill. Long Tai, who was chasing after Chunzong, felt as if his chest was about to explode. This Chunzong had actually killed a comrade right under his nose and even escaped right before his eyes. Along the way, Long Tai saw corpses after corpses strewn all over the corridor. Their blood was still warm, indicating that they had died not long ago. Long Tai did not feel sad about the death of these guards. First, they were relatively weak, and second, they were not familiar with him. Yang Sanqi and Long Gang's injuries had already healed. After learning that Chunzong had escaped from the prison, they immediately led a group of guards to intercept him at the end of a passage. The passageways in this dungeon were intricate and complicated. Without a map, Chunzong didn't know which direction to take to escape from the dungeon. However, after the previous massacre, he had left one of the prisoners alive. He had used his strong spiritual pressure to force the prisoner to tell him the route and memorized it with his powerful memory. Seeing Chunzong's figure in the distance, Yang Sanqi and Long Gang both showed a trace of excitement. Shoot! Long Gang roared and waved his hand. Suddenly, more than a dozen guards in the late stage of the true martial realm behind him shot out sharp arrows. More than a dozen arrows pierced through the air. Each arrow carried an amazing power and pierced through the sky, leaving more than a dozen white straight scratches. They were fast and urgent, like more than a dozen white lightning bolts. After more than a dozen arrows were shot, an extremely sharp whistling sound pierced the eardrums. In such a narrow passage, there was simply no way to escape. More than a dozen terrible special arrows, whose arrowheads had an obvious penetrating effect, could easily break through all the protective forces outside the body. If Chunzong was hit, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. More than a dozen powerful arrows completely blocked all possible escape routes. Chunzong's complexion was dignified. His keen perception could feel a strong threat from more than a dozen arrows. If it was before he cultivated the body of mind, perhaps Chunzong would find it troublesome. But now, with a wave of his sword, Chunzong's figure moved with incomparable dexterity, like a flutter in the wind, erratic and agile to the extreme. His hands and feet could make incredible movements. After completely avoiding more than a dozen arrows, his body shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He rushed out to kill Yang Sanqi, Long Gang, and the others. Stop him! Yang Sanqi and Long Gang's complexion suddenly changed. They roared and quickly retreated, letting the guards come forward. Although they hated Chunzong, they were also clear that they were not Chunzong's opponents with their own strength. His figure flashed as a beam of sword light pierced through the air and spread out in a straight line. Chunzong's figure also passed through more than a dozen guards and directly rushed toward Yang Sanqi and Long Gang. Although more than a dozen guards were not weak, they were too insignificant in front of Chunzong's sword. The murderous intent filled the air and was as cold as ice, making Yang Sanqi and Long Gang feel stiff all over. Stop! Long Gang quickly roared, but he was unable to stop the cold sword light. The huge disparity in strength made it impossible for Long Gang to dodge or block. After the sword pierced through his body, the sword light changed into a fierce and overbearing one. It was like flowing water, yet also like a flying swallow. It made a beautiful turn in the air to attack Yang Sanqi. Yang Sanqi's pupils dilated and could only helplessly watch the extremely beautiful sword light piercing through the air. His body seemed to become incomparably heavy and unable to move. The sword light pierced his glabella, causing a drop of blood to splash out and then fall to the ground. Without even looking back, Chunzong once again burst forth with an astonishing speed and rushed forward. Not long after, Long Tai caught up with him. His eyes swept over and fell on Long Gang's body. His distorted face was full of fright before his death, and his mouth opened as if he was shouting something. Long Tai's complexion greatly changed, and he was grieving inexplicably. His red eyes emitted a terrifying, murderous intent. Chunzong, Chunzong, I'll kill you. I'll tear you to shreds. A mournful roar like that of a beast reverberated in the passage. Shenzong also heard it from afar and recognized that it was Long Tai's voice. A sneer hung on the corner of his mouth, but he didn't show the slightest fear. Perhaps in terms of combat strength, he was not Long Tai's opponent, but in terms of speed, he was not inferior to Long Tai. If Long Tai wanted to deal with him, he would have to catch up with him first. The third prince also quickly caught up and happened to see Long Tai carefully holding Long Gang's body and leaning it against the wall. "Where's Chunzong?" The third prince frowned, but he didn't feel any sadness because of Long Gang's death. A cultivator like Long Gang was nothing in the eyes of the third prince. Even if Long Tai died, the third prince only felt that he had lost a useful tool. That's all. "Third prince, I'll kill him. I must kill him," Long Tai roared. His red eyes were like that of an enraged beast, and his murderous intent surged endlessly. "All right." The third prince furrowed his brows before relaxing them as he nodded his head. At this point, the third prince no longer had any thoughts of subduing Chunzong. Because of Chunzong's stubbornness, he could only get rid of him. Firstly, it would weaken the ninth prince's support. Secondly, an outstanding genius like Chunzong might bring some trouble to him in the future. As for big trouble, what a joke. He was the third prince of the Longtu dynasty, the candidate for the crown prince, and the future successor to the throne. Even if Chunzong's talent was outstanding, it was impossible for him to fight against him. Ever since he was young, the direct bloodline of the imperial family had given him a sense of superiority that was ingrained in his bones. This superiority made the third prince always feel that he was superior to others, and that others could not compare to him. Even if their cultivation talent was better than his, it was useless. In the end, they still had to serve the imperial family. In a chapter. Chapter 555. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. There were more than 100 guards in this dungeon, and most of them were at the late stage of the true martial realm. A few of them had reached the 3-star level, and some even had 4-star combat strength. Although it seemed easy to find a 5-star combat strength in the imperial city of the Longtu dynasty, it was actually an illusion. Those who could raise their combat strength to the 5-star level were all top geniuses. There were quite a few in the imperial city. Outstanding talents and superior backgrounds allowed them to cultivate better. Furthermore, there were also cultivators who had accumulated a long time and had some opportunities. Outside the imperial city, 5-star cultivators were relatively rare. Even Cold Rain Sword Lin Yuye, who was one of the 5 heavenly prides of the Tianjiang prefecture, only had the combat strength of an early 4-star. There were many forces in Ascending Dragon City, and the situation was complicated. This dungeon was built in secret, and they couldn't reveal their relationship with the third prince. They were afraid that the Dragon Eye guards would find clues, which would be detrimental to their operations. Under such circumstances, the number of experts that could be recruited was naturally fewer. There weren't any 5-star guards in the dungeon, but there was a 7-star pseudo-transcendent. At this moment, the 7-star pseudo-transcendent was blocking the entrance to the dungeon. This was the only way out of the dungeon if Yang Kai wanted to leave. This pseudo-transcendent realm master had a scar on his face that resembled a large dark brown centipede, giving him an extremely fierce and menacing appearance. His serrated saber rested on his shoulder as he stood in front of the closed door, giving off a fierce aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 enemies. Other than that, there were 2 4-star guards standing on either side of Chunzong. Both of them were looking at him. A prisoner should act like a prisoner. The Scar Man waved his saber and pointed it at Chunzong. A terrifying aura rushed out like a ferocious beast, locking onto Chunzong. Chunzong ignored the man's oppressive aura and looked at the closed door behind the Scarred Man. That was the exit of the dungeon. The other party's aura was very strong. A 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator made Chunzong feel apprehensive. As for the 2 4-star pseudo-transcendents, they were completely ignored. On top of that, The enraged seven-star pseudo-transcendent realm Long Tai was chasing after them. It could be described as a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There was no time to waste. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's pure yang qi and blood surged, and the vertically and horizontally true force surged. Although these two forces did not really overlap and fuse when they exploded together, it was still able to slightly increase Chunzong's speed. Love, go little, say, W. Chu. Seeing that Chunzong actually took the initiative to attack, the scarred man suddenly grinned. The scars on his face moved like living centipedes, becoming more and more ferocious and horrible. The two four-star guards immediately attacked. One of them slashed out with a long saber, and the other stabbed out with a sharp sword, as if it could pierce through gold and jade. Both of them mercilessly attacked Chunzong. Chunzong's figure flashed. Not only did he avoid the slash of a long saber, but he also grabbed the hilt of the long sword. His fingers trembled, as if he was playing the strings of a zither, but it contained a terrifying power. It directly caused the other party to unconsciously let go of the sword, and the sword fell into Chunzong's hand. With a flick of his wrist, the blade broke through the air and swept across the neck of the four-star guard. At the same time, the other sword also cut open the neck of the other four-star guard. Double sword, double kill. Without the slightest hindrance, Chunzong's speed increased due to the strength of the two swords, and he directly attacked the scarred man. Seeing that Chunzong killed the two four-star guards so easily, the scarred man did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt that it was interesting. There was no doubt that Chunzong was a very outstanding cultivator. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. His left hand touched the scar on his face, and the long saber with sawtooth in his right hand had already broken through the air. The saber light was so overbearing that it seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. The terrifying strength of a seven-star warrior was fully displayed. This single slash brought a strong sense of crisis to Chunzong. It was as if the world in front of him had completely disappeared, and there was only a huge and terrifying saber light that could split the sky and the earth. He felt cold all over for no reason, and his powerful qi and blood seemed to have stopped flowing. His limbs became stiff, and he could not move at all. At this moment, Chunzong could feel that his body was very heavy. The saber light slashed down mercilessly. The scarred man's face was ferocious, and his eyes were scarlet. With one slash, Chunzong was split into two halves, but there was no blood. It was just an afterimage. At the critical moment, Chunzong's body of mind exploded, and he was able to escape from the pressure of the saber. He instantly reacted as fast as he could. Two sword lights broke through the air, crossed the saber light, and slashed towards the scarred man. Too weak. The scarred man laughed, and the serrated saber that was slashing down suddenly spun around, bringing with it a violent wind, and fiercely slashed towards Chunzong. Chunzong once again used his extraordinary agility to dodge. Landing on the ground, the sword in his hand shot out like an arrow towards the scarred man. Then his sword finger slashed across the spine of the sword, and a flash of light flashed like a meteor. It finally condensed at the tip of the sword and turned into a cold light that was extremely dazzling. Secret sword, star touch. The light that shot out from the eyes was extremely sharp, as if it could see through everything in the world. A trace of mysterious and extremely sharp qi filled the body of the sword and rushed towards the tip of the sword. Sword intent, sharpness. Then the shocking sharpness spread out as well, as if it could cut through everything in the world. Sword intent, sharpness. The moment the power of the two minor sword intents appeared, the scarred man felt that shocking sharpness, as if it could cut through his spirit and soul. In the blink of an eye, the power of the two minor sword intents merged into one and merged into the secret sword point star, pushing the power of the point star to a whole new level. It was truly indestructible and unbreakable. Like a meteor across the sky, it was extremely fast and extremely beautiful. No words could describe the elegance of Chunzong's sword. That kind of peerless beauty unparalleled in the world. Kill. The scarred man only saw a streak of extremely condensed starlight piercing through the air. It was like a streak of starlight streaking across the sky, mysterious, unfathomable, and peerlessly tyrannical. Everything around him seemed to have slowed down, and even his powerful strength seemed to have become heavy, as if shackles had been placed on him. Only the icy cold starlight that was piercing towards him at an astonishing speed. It was clearly just a tiny starlight that was like a strand of hair, but it brought with it a terrifying power that felt like a falling meteor, as if it could destroy everything. I can't let it hit me. I definitely can't let it hit me. A thought emerged from the deepest part of his heart, repeating like a curse. The scarred man used all his strength to move his body to dodge this extremely terrifying sword. Like a death god's attack, it was so fast, and his reaction was so slow. His body was heavy, and his strength was sluggish. Saying 1,000 words, 10,000 words, but in just an instant, an extremely breathtaking sword broke through the air like a meteor chasing after the moon. The scarred man moved his body with difficulty, and at the last moment, he changed his body several times, avoiding the vital point of his heart. That sword light directly broke through the tyrannical true power protecting his body, and also broke through the defensive power of the second-level pseudo-spiritual tool, inner armor, and the pseudo-spiritual tool, inner armor. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The armor's own defense, along the chest, left a long sword mark, and blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. After killing his opponent with one sword, Chunzong did not follow up with another attack. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around, and with a blazing and violent power, fiercely struck the tightly shut door. Chunzong did not need to break the door. He only needed to open a crack. After all, this door was cast with extremely hard materials, so if he wanted to destroy it, he would need to be at least a pseudo-transcendent realm master. With a boom, the door was blasted open by Chunzong's primeval iron forging hand with all his might. Chunzong's figure was like a gust of wind that blew through the gap. In the end, he even kicked the door, causing the door to close once again. At the same time, he borrowed the strength of this kick to quickly rush forward. At the same time, he took out a medicinal pill and consumed it, recovering the almost depleted, unhindered true power. The sword strike just now had not only consumed almost all of his unhindered true chi, but it had also consumed 3/5 of his spiritual energy. After all, using two different minor true meanings at the same time consumed more energy than using one of them alone, especially when Chunzong was not familiar with it. Even so, he had only managed to injure the pseudo-transcendent realm master, and that was because he had been shocked by the power of the minor true meaning, causing him to react a bit slower. Although the sword wound seemed terrifying, it was actually just a flesh wound. Although some of the sword chi had penetrated his body, with his opponent's strength, he was able to quickly expel it. This was also true. The scarred man flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was a dignified pseudo-transcendent realm master with 7-star combat strength. Yet he had actually been injured by someone whose combat strength was far inferior to his own. But at the same time, he was also shocked. His intuition had not been wrong. That kind of sharpness was indeed a minor true meaning. In other words, the other party had comprehended a minor true meaning before reaching the pseudo-transcendent realm. This kind of talent could only be described as unparalleled, and it was precisely because of this that he had been injured. At this time, the scarlet-eyed Long Tai also caught up. "Where's Chunzong?" Long Tai, who was filled with anger and murderous intent, roared. "He escaped," the scarred man said with an ugly expression. "Waste!" Long Tai was extremely furious and directly slammed his fist into the closed door. His 7-star combat strength broke through the thick door, and he quickly chased after Chunzong. The scarred man's expression became even more ugly, but he also quickly chased after Chunzong. Chunzong's speed was extremely fast, and he didn't hold back at all. After rushing out of the door, he followed the passageway up. There were no longer any obstacles. Chunzong rushed out of the prison and out of a small, shabby stone hut. He didn't dare to hesitate for even a moment and quickly left, with a strong enemy chasing after him. Chunzong could not stay for even a moment. The direction he chose was completely based on his intuition, and it was precisely towards the outside of Ascending Dragon City. Although the forces in Ascending Dragon City were tangled and complicated, Chunzong did not know what kind of situation it was. After all, he had just arrived, and if he stayed in the city, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not attract other masters to chase after him. His current combat strength was not bad, but compared with a pseudo-transcendent realm master, there was still a huge gap. At best, he could only injure a pseudo-transcendent realm master by surprise, nothing more. Back in the Imperial City, Chunzong did not want to go back for the time being. Perhaps by staying with the Ninth Prince, his safety would be guaranteed, and he would also be able to obtain good cultivation resources, but he always felt that something was missing, and it was not to his liking. Now that he had come out, he might as well come out. As for what happened next, it did not matter. As long as he was strong enough, everything could be solved. End of this chapter. Chapter 556. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The sixth Tao of Samsara wishes all of you the best of luck, good health, and good health. Every year will be better than the last. End of chapter. Chapter 557. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Author's note: after the wind tribulation, the sixth Tao of Samsara became confused. He actually skipped the 37th and 38th chapters and went straight to the 39th and 40th chapters. I'm so ashamed. Since that's the case, I'll update 4 chapters today and make up for the 37th and 38th chapters. The man in black arrived, followed by Long Tai. They opened the door and walked in. They stood in front of Chunzong, one on the left and one on the right. They looked down at Chunzong's face with a hint of mockery. Vice Commander Chun, this feeling is not good, right? Long Tai said in a mocking tone with a strange smile on his face. Chunzong didn't even look at Long Tai. He closed his eyes and rested. He had used a lot of energy to activate the Zhonghu True Force, so he was a little tired. To be honest, you could have chosen a broad road, but you chose such a narrow one. Long Tai said with pity, but it doesn't matter. You still have a chance. Hearing this, Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. Based on the other party's words, there seemed to be other changes or opportunities. Although it was still disadvantageous to him, it could at least ensure that his life would not be threatened for a period of time. You still have half a month's time. In this half a month's time, think about it carefully. Don't make any stupid decisions, Long Tai said again. Seeing that Chunzong didn't reply, he turned around and walked out of the prison cell. How did Vice Commander Lin die? Chunzong asked. This was something he hadn't figured out yet. That stupid guy was just like you. Unfortunately, the third prince has no patience. Long Tai smiled and left with the man in black. The door of the cell was closed again and locked with a huge chain. Chunzong immediately understood. The reason why Deputy Commander Lin died was because he was unwilling to submit to the third prince. Later, he was assigned a mission to pursue a murderer. In the end, he was captured and eliminated by a coordinated attack from the inside. Maybe Vice Commander Lin didn't have the talent and potential of Chunzong, so he was killed. As for Chunzong, the third prince valued his talent and potential more, so he still had a chance to live. Half a month. In half a month's time, I have to recover all my strength without being noticed. Only then can I succeed in one fell swoop, Chunzong thought to himself. However, even if his strength was fully restored, he was still no match for a pseudo-transcendent. Maybe I'll have to use the Red Thunder Sword, Chunzong thought to himself. Compared to his own life and future, the Red Thunder Sword was of great value, but he still had to use it. He sat down again and activated the Zhongheng skill again. But no matter how hard Chunzong tried, the Zhongheng Great True Force was still frozen. Frowning, Chunzong couldn't help but ponder. At this moment, someone delivered the food. It was not bad. Shenzong didn't throw a tantrum and refuse to eat. Instead, he finished all the food to ensure that he had enough strength and continued to practice the Golden J Bone skill. However, his pure yang qi and blood seemed to have solidified, and he couldn't move at all. Maybe I could try to cultivate mind change. Shenzong suddenly had an idea. This seemed to be his last resort. Raising one hand, it was as if he was holding up the sky, and lowering the other hand, it was as if he was pressing down on the earth. He was in between the heavens and the earth, transforming into a bridge. Shenzong's spiritual force was not affected in the slightest, and he instantly entered a state of cultivation. He only felt a trace of mysterious power diffusing from the heavens and the earth, and then pouring into his body. The effect of the true condensation poison was only to solidify the power in the body, and it couldn't affect the power of the outside world. The first mind change was to use the power of the outside world to cleanse the body. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, when the mysterious power of the heavens and the earth entered his body, Shenzong felt a kind of difficulty, as if there was an invisible resistance. The speed of the circulation was more than 10 times slower than usual. No matter how slow it was effective. Shenzong continued to persevere, guiding the mysterious power of the heavens and the earth to circulate in his body little by little. Wherever it passed, he could feel the heaviness in his body seemed to be reduced little by little. It was effective. Shenzong quickly concentrated and guided the mysterious power of the heavens and the earth to slowly circulate in his body, reducing the heavy and powerless feeling brought about by the true condensation poison little by little. It took longer than usual to circulate one cycle, but he didn't stop and continued to circulate the second cycle. However, this circulation was more difficult and consumed more of his spiritual force. After 5 cycles, Shenzong felt a little tired and had to stop to rest. Love, go, shao, say, w, chu. After 5 cycles, Shenzong could also clearly feel the changes in his body. The heavy and powerless feeling had weakened a lot. What a good cultivation method. After his spiritual force was completely restored, Shenzong began to cultivate again. Every other day, someone would send food to ensure that Shenzong would not starve to death. After all, his strength had been solidified and it was difficult to maintain his bodily functions. While sending food, it was also equivalent to observing Shenzong's movements to prevent any changes. Therefore, every time someone approached, Shenzong would sense it and quickly stop cultivating. Time flew. Shenzong had been imprisoned in the cold cell. In addition to the normal excretion, he basically stayed in the same place. Whenever someone came, he would pretend to be drowsy and powerless. But in fact, with the cultivation of the change of mind, the true condensation poison was also expelled from his body little by little and naturally dissipated into nothingness. His strength gradually recovered. However, Shenzong's special physique made his aura fluctuations restrained. As long as he did not use the power of his cultivation, it would not be perceived by others. After the meal, Shenzong was aware that the person who was monitoring him had left. He once again began to cultivate the change of mind. The mysterious power of heaven and earth instantly poured into his body and quickly transported the remaining true condensation poison out of his body again. When all the true condensation poison was expelled, Shenzong's pure yang qi and blood and the Zhongwang true force were also completely restored. Not only that, Shenzong could feel the transformation of his body. He was constantly absorbing the mysterious power of heaven and earth. More and more of it poured into his body and integrated into every part of his body. From the inside to the outside, it was as if he was soaked in warm spring water. It was as if he had returned to his mother's body. Every part of his body was full of vitality. It was as if spring water was constantly gushing out from the mouth of the spring. His essence was undergoing a transformation. The previous cultivation could be said to be a kind of accumulation. It was for the change at this moment. All the mysterious power of heaven and earth disappeared in his body and was integrated. The transformation was also completed, An indescribable sense of comfort arose spontaneously. It was not only physical comfort, but also spiritual comfort. Have I cultivated the body of mind? A thought could not help but emerge. Chunzong could not help but feel happy. This time, he was captured by the true condensation poison. It could be regarded as a kind of opportunity. Under the obstruction of the true condensation poison, he was able to cultivate the body of mind in advance. Carefully feeling it, Chunzong could feel that the changes in his body were very obvious. His body seemed to have been reborn. It became lighter, as if some of the dust had been removed. While no one was paying attention, Chunzong slightly mobilized his power. He found that the speed of the power condensation was about twice as fast as before he cultivated the change of mind. What kind of concept was this? It was almost as if the will of the power was there. It was incredibly fast. This made Chunzong's moves faster, his reaction faster, and his battle power had also been significantly improved. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. But how is it compared to a 6-star realm? Chunzong secretly thought. Not only did his body change, but even his spirit also changed. The total amount of his spirit power did not increase or decrease, but seemed to be a lot purer. It was at least 30% purer and more harmonious. Silently calculating, if he used the true meaning of sword edge or true meaning of sword sharpness now, he would at most consume less than 1/5 of his spirit power. It was even enough to activate the fusion of 2 minor true meanings. There was still a lot left. This was also one of Chunzong's trump cards. There's still 10 days. Chunzong secretly said. He seized every minute and second to continue cultivating. In 10 days, it was difficult to make any progress in the Zhonghu true power. Even if his cultivation base was raised to the limit of LV9 true martial realm, it would not be of much help to his battle power. As for the mysterious Jade Golden Bone technique, it was the same. Therefore, in these 10 days, Chunzong planned to use it all to cultivate the change of mind. If he was fast enough, he might be able to cultivate the second change of the change of mind. At that time, his battle power might be able to advance by leaps and bounds, and he would be more confident to leave this place. Thinking of this, Chunzong started cultivating again. It was just that his current cultivation posture was completely different from before. The first change of the change of mind was to draw on the mysterious power of heaven and earth to refine one's body and cultivate the mind-body. Therefore, one needed to accept heaven and earth. The cultivation posture was to draw on the mysterious power of heaven and earth with one hand above and one hand below. The cultivation of the second change of the change of mind was different. This change had nothing to do with the mysterious power of heaven and earth. Instead, it was to integrate and condense one's physical strength and true power to become a stronger power under one's control. Therefore, when cultivating, one hand was inside and the other outside, and the inside and outside alternated, symbolizing the intertwining and integration of physical strength and true power in the body. Physical strength and true power were 2 different kinds of power. Martial artists of body refining and chi refining belonged to 2 different systems. However, at this moment, the second change of the change of mind was to integrate the power of these 2 different systems so that they could be superimposed and released together. It was very difficult to combine the power of 2 different systems. When he started cultivating, Chunzong could feel the resistance, a very strong resistance. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, the first day had passed. The cultivation of the second change of the change of mind did not yield any results, but Chunzong was not discouraged and continued to cultivate. The second day passed, and there was also no result. On the third day, he continued to cultivate. Day after day, it was not until the 5th day that Chunzong found an opportunity to combine the power of the 2 different systems. However, it was only an opportunity, and there was still a long way to go before he could truly combine them. On the 6th day of cultivation, Chunzong felt a slight improvement. The power of 2 different systems had truly combined. This was undoubtedly a very good start, and Chunzong was very happy. The seventh day of cultivation was better than the sixth day. The combination of the power of two different systems was more obvious, but Chunzong was still not clear about the power. Because in this prison, once he made a move, there would be fluctuations of aura spreading out. It would not be good if it attracted attention. On the 8th day, there was another improvement. On the 9th day, there was another improvement. On the 10th day, Chunzong had only cultivated for half a day. However, the improvement in this half a day was very obvious. It could be said that the cultivation of the second transformation of the change of will could be considered to have truly entered the door. Chunzong could integrate 10% of the power of physique and 10% of the power of the Zhonghuang true power into an even more powerful force. Of course, with only 10% of the superposition, the power was still very limited. End of chapter. Chapter 558. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Time flew. Today was the 15th day, as Long Tai had said. The sound of footsteps rang out, and Chunzong could tell that 3 people were approaching the cell. Not long after, 3 silhouettes appeared outside the cell, and their gazes fell on Chunzong through the cell door. Chunzong leaned against the wall. His face was pale and blue. His eyes were closed, and he looked weak. After Chunzong mastered the first change of mind change, he could better control his qi and blood. He could pretend to be weak to deceive others. As expected, Chunzong's current appearance had completely fooled the 3 people. Long Tai quickly took out the key and unlocked the cell door. The 3 people followed him in. The leader of the group was a man in a black robe, which covered his entire body from head to toe. Even his face was hidden under the black robe, which made him look very mysterious. The other 2 were Long Tai and the black robe man from before. Deputy Commander Chun, look who's here, Long Tai said with a bit of banter. Under Chunzong's tired and weak gaze, the mysterious man in the black robe raised his hands and put them on the edge of the black robe's hat. He slowly took off the hat, revealing a face that surprised Chunzong. The 3rd prince. Chunzong was truly shocked, and he wasn't faking it. He had never thought that the 3rd prince would show up here. From his appearance and aura, Chunzong was sure that the man in front of him was the real 3rd prince. He was not an imposter. The 3rd prince stared at Chunzong with a smile, as if he was enjoying Chunzong's embarrassing appearance at this moment. Chunzong, you didn't expect us to meet under such circumstances, did you? The 3rd prince said. There was an unconcealable complacency in his voice. 3rd prince, you've gone through a lot of trouble to deal with me. Chunzong's voice was low and weak, but there was a bit of sarcasm in it. It's good that you know. As if he did not hear the mockery in Chunzong's words, he continued. Chunzong, you are a genius and a talent. I need people like you to assist me. That's why you can live until now. Chunzong seemed to have closed his eyes and ignored the 3rd prince. In fact, his mind was racing as he tried to think of a way to escape from the encirclement of the 3 men. Chunzong, you are loyal to Old Nine. I admire that very much. However, I'm the best candidate to be the crown prince. I am the best candidate to inherit the throne in the future. The 3rd prince didn't hide his ambitions at all as his eyes burned with passion. Now, I'll give you another chance. Pledge your loyalty to me. I also promise that as long as you serve me wholeheartedly, I won't treat you unfairly. The position of Vice Commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard is only a starting point. What if you don't? Chunzong asked. Haha. If you don't, then I'll have to use some methods to enslave you. The 3rd prince's tone carried a bit of ruthlessness. His left hand swiped across the mustard seed bag at his waist, and a black ball the size of a baby's fist appeared in his hand. Its entire body was like a crystal. This is a treasure from outside the realm that I obtained by chance. I didn't think I'd have a chance to use it. A trace of an evil smile hung at the corners of the 3rd prince's mouth as his right hand lightly rested on the black crystal ball, gently stroking it. There's a curse hidden within this treasure called the soul-binding curse. Those who are cursed will be enslaved. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Everything will be under the control of the caster. Even if the caster is unwilling, They will not be able to disobey all of the caster's orders. Long Tai and the black-clothed man couldn't help but reveal looks of shock. They never knew that the third prince actually had such a treasure in his hands. Its effects were too terrifying. Everything would be under the control of the caster. Furthermore, from the meaning of his words, it seemed that those who were cursed would be able to maintain their own consciousness. They would have their own consciousness and would be no different from normal, but they had no choice but to obey the caster's orders. Even if they were unwilling, they would not be able to disobey. This kind of feeling was undoubtedly very uncomfortable, even more painful than death. Immediately, Long Tai and the black-clothed man looked at Shenzong with both excitement and pity in their eyes. Love Gob Xiao, say W. Chuik, a dignified top genius, who could be said to be the top genius in the Longta region, was now reduced to a state where his life and death were not up to him. Everything was under the control of others. It was sad and lamentable. However, who asked him to be so ignorant of the situation? Shenzong's gaze also landed on the black crystal ball in the third prince's hand. He was extremely vigilant in his heart, but his expression did not change. There were other regions outside the Longta region, and some of them were quite unique. It was said that there were mysterious forces that were not related to martial arts, and they were not weak at all. Shenzong, I'll give you one last chance. Immediately swear your loyalty to me and support me wholeheartedly. Then, I won't cast a curse on you, the third prince said with a cold look in his eyes. This treasure was rare, and the third prince was somewhat reluctant to use it. Thus, it was best not to use it if possible. Moreover, after being cursed with the soul-binding, soul-controlling curse, even if one maintained their own consciousness, there would be some adverse effects on their future cultivation. Shenzong did not reply. His thoughts turned rapidly, and he recalled that when he was hit by the Black Demon Sect's secret technique in the Eastern continent, he had almost been enslaved. Shenzong's silence, in the third prince's eyes, was a stubborn resistance, and he couldn't help but feel angry. You listen, Shenzong. I will curse you, and then order you to continue following the ninth prince. At the most critical moment, you will give the ninth prince a fatal blow. The third prince revealed a ruthless smile. The ninth prince attached great importance to Shenzong and would do his best to cultivate Shenzong. Shenzong's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and the competition between the princes was entering its final moments. If Shenzong suddenly attacked and gave the ninth prince a fatal blow, it would undoubtedly eliminate the third prince's greatest competitor. As long as the ninth prince was eliminated, the third prince would not have to worry about the other 7 princes. The position of crown prince was already in his bag, and as long as there were no particularly big changes, the position of emperor would also be his in the future. The reason why the third prince said so much and made it so clear was that he saw that Shenzong was weak and powerless at the moment, and had no ability to resist at all. He also wanted to attack Shenzong's will again and again, and make it easier for him to subdue and enslave him. Raising the black crystal ball in his hand, the third prince began to chant. His voice was low and complicated, and contained a unique rhythm, which unconsciously attracted people's attention. This was a language that had never been heard before, and it was very obscure. Looking at the third prince's expression, it seemed that he was also not familiar with it. As he chanted, he raised his right hand and pointed at the black crystal ball. Suddenly, a black light appeared at the tip of his finger, as if something was being pulled out of the black crystal ball. As his finger left the crystal ball, it was pulled out, and like a small black snake, it circled around his finger, moving endlessly with a unique rhythm. At the end of the incantation, the third prince raised his finger and pointed at Shenzong. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The small black snake circling around his finger raised its head and spat out its black forked tongue. It was about to leave the third prince's finger and fly towards Shenzong. Shenzong's body involuntarily tensed up, and he felt cold all over. It was the feeling of being stared at by the small black snake, and even on the spiritual level, he felt cold and gloomy. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and it made Shenzong feel very fearful. Previously in the Eastern Land, Chunzong had been hit by the sect leader of the Black Demon Sect's secret technique and was almost enslaved by him. At the last moment, the mysterious sword in the depths of his mind released an amazing power. Not only did it free him from enslavement, but it also enslaved the sect leader of the Black Demon Sect. However, Chunzong was not sure if the mysterious sword would be the same as before when faced with the soul-binding, soul-controlling incantation. The origin of the mysterious sword was too mysterious. Up until now, Chunzong had not the slightest clue about it, let alone master it. Things that could not be mastered were full of uncertainty. Chunzong did not dare to entrust his fate to it. That would be the last and last resort. If the mysterious sword could be the same as before, it would undoubtedly be a good thing, a very good thing. But what if it was not? He would be enslaved by the third prince. To be enslaved was to live a life worse than death. Chunzong could not accept it. Since that was the case, he could only take the initiative in his own hands. The small black snake was extremely fast. It quickly spread in the air and shot towards Chunzong like an arrow released from a bow. The aura that made Chunzong feel even more intense. The third prince stared at Chunzong with a burning gaze, but his face was a little pale. Obviously, casting the curse was not a small burden for him. Long Tai and the black-clothed man also stared at Chunzong curiously. Just as the small black snake was about to hit Chunzong's head, the seemingly weak Chunzong acted abnormally. He burst out with an astonishing speed and disappeared in front of the small black snake in an instant. He also disappeared from the sight of the three people. Long Tai, who was a pseudo-transcendent with 7-star combat strength, also found that his eyes could not catch Chunzong's figure. Without any hesitation, he flashed and directly appeared in front of the third prince, firmly protecting him. The black-clothed man appeared behind the third prince, also firmly protecting the third prince. A blazing aura spread out in an instant, making the cell feel like it was in the mouth of a volcano. A terrifying blazing force burst out. A red palm, like a red-hot iron in a furnace, pierced through the void and pressed hard on the black-clothed man's chest. This palm was too fast and too sudden. It was completely unexpected, so the black-clothed man did not have time to dodge and was hit. With a bang, the extremely tyrannical power blasted the black-clothed man backwards and heavily smashed into the third prince's back. It was as swift and fierce as a meteor. With such a collision, the third prince would not be able to dodge or withstand it with his strength. He would be hit until his bones and muscles were broken and his body was injured. In an instant, a light flashed on the third prince's body, firmly protecting his whole body like a boulder. The black-clothed man directly hit the light, but not only did he fail to send the third prince flying, but he also broke his own bones and tendons. The place where his chest was hit directly collapsed, and the edges were scorched black. The terrifying blazing force was incomparably violent. It had already destroyed the black-clothed man's heart, and he died a violent death. After using the full strength of the mixed iron refining hand to kill the black-clothed man, Chunzong knew that he was not Long Tai's opponent with his strength. The light protecting the third prince's body was too strong for him to break. Without any hesitation, he rushed out of the cell at full speed and escaped. End of chapter. Chapter 559. My dear brothers and sisters, I'm really sorry. I was confused by the wind tribulation and skipped the update. Originally, I was supposed to update to Chapter 37 and Chapter 38, but I ended up skipping to Chapter 39 and Chapter 40. I'm really sorry about that. Now, the Dominator of the Six Realms has added Chapter 37 and Chapter 38. You can continue to read and continue the story. End of chapter. Chapter 560. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Ascending Dragon City covered a large area, but it seemed to be a bit messy. After all, there were many forces in the city, and each had their own territory. Conflicts would break out from time to time. Chunzong was heading towards the ascending heaven region. As a warrior who was determined to keep moving forward on the path of martial arts and swordsmanship, it was inevitable for him to leave the Longta region. It was just a matter of time. Since he was here now, he might as well take this opportunity to enter the ascending heaven region. Long Tai, who was filled with murderous intent and extremely furious, also charged out of the dungeon and the stone house. He quickly chased in the direction Chunzong had left in. Behind him was the Scar Man. As for the third prince, he had originally wanted to give chase, but after considering his identity, he left through a secret tunnel. Chunzong leaped forward. Along the way, he saw two groups of people fighting wantonly. The sound of killing was deafening, as if they were fighting a small-scale battle. Chunzong leaped through the middle of them, causing them to stop fighting. Then Long Tai went on a rampage, directly killing a group of people. The Scar Man brandished his saber and killed a group of people. The remaining people who were still alive scrambled away. A life-and-death battle for benefits ended abruptly. Many people saw Chunzong, Long Tai, and the Scar Man. Naturally, they could see that it was a chase. However, they did not have any intention to intervene. Who knew what was going on? If they provoked an existence that they should not provoke, they would be courting death. Long Tai persevered in chasing after Chunzong because Chunzong had killed Long Gang, who was his little brother whom he had depended on since childhood. Long Tai wanted to take revenge. As for the Scarred Man, it was because of the third prince's order. The tall city walls of Ascending Dragon City were just inches away. Chunzong leaped over the city walls and landed outside of Ascending Dragon City. The tip of his foot lightly touched the ground, and his body swept forward like a gust of wind. Long Tai, who was brimming with killing intent and had scarlet eyes, also chased after Chunzong. He maintained a certain distance from Chunzong, but it was difficult for him to get close. The Scarred Man was slightly behind. The wound that Chunzong had cut with his sword had already stopped bleeding and was slowly forming a scar under the effect of the pill. Such an injury was nothing to him. Sensing the terrifying, murderous intent behind him, Chunzong could only keep moving forward at full speed. There were slight cracks on the first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, sword in his hand. It was the result of secret sword point star that was formed after combining two geni. A sword of this quality could not bear that level of power. At the very least, it should be a second-level pseudo-spiritual weapon. Of course, the best one would be a third-level pseudo-spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, the Starscar twin swords and the mustard seed bag were taken away. Although there was nothing valuable in the bag, Chunzong still suffered some losses. The most important thing was that he lacked a suitable weapon. First, he had to get rid of the pursuit, then he would think about other things. Ascending Dragon City was quickly left behind. Chunzong leaped over a river and headed towards the forest in front of him. There were more forests in the Ascending Heaven region than in the Dragon Diagram region. No matter how strong Long Tai's murderous intent was, and no matter how much hatred he had for Chunzong, he could not catch up with Chunzong quickly. A 7-star battle power was indeed very strong, but unfortunately, speed was not Long Tai's strong suit. It could only be considered average. Right now, Long Tai was extremely regretful. Why didn't he train in a movement art that focused on speed? The Scar Man's speed was inferior to Long Tai's, making it impossible for him to catch up with Chunzong. Rushing into the forest, Chunzong took advantage of the terrain to better escape from the pursuit of the two pseudo-transcendents, Long Tai and the Scarred Man. Despite their relentless pursuit, Chunzong was gradually pulling away. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. At such a distance, Long Tai's anger could be imagined. He fiercely bombarded the surrounding trees, shattering them and sending wood chips flying. After escaping from the pursuit, Chunzong felt a little dazed, as if he was in a dream. Not long ago, if he encountered any pseudo-transcendence, he would not be able to resist at all, let alone escape from their pursuit. But now, although his strength had not yet risen to the point where he could compete with a pseudo-transcendent, his speed was comparable to a pseudo-transcendent, perhaps even faster. Otherwise, Chunzong would not have been able to successfully escape from the pursuit of the two pseudo-transcendents. However, Chunzong did not become complacent because of this. Long Tai and the Scarred Man were just not good at speed. If one of the people chasing him had been good at speed, he may not have been able to escape. In any case, he had finally escaped from their pursuit and was temporarily safe. Finding a relatively safe place, Chunzong restored his consumed strength while thinking about his next course of action. He had only heard of the ascending heaven domain and had not learned much about it. After all, Chunzong had not made any plans to leave the dragon chart domain for life experience. Now that he had entered the ascending heaven domain, it was a complete accident. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. First, he had to find a suitable pair of pseudo-spiritual swords for himself. Only in this way would he be able to display his strength to the fullest. As for the defensive and auxiliary pseudo-spiritual weapons, he would naturally obtain as much as he could. The more, the better. Where is he? The mysterious third prince, who was dressed in a black robe, asked coldly. We lost him, Long Tai replied in a low voice, his voice filled with hatred. The Scar Man also lowered his head. His identity as a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator did not allow him to hold his head high in front of the third prince. Two dignified pseudo-transcendents actually lost track of him. The third prince paced back and forth as he spat out a mouthful of resentment. You two pieces of trash. The word trash caused Long Tai and the Scar Man's pupils to shrink, but they did not react. No one was willing to be called trash. Being able to cultivate to the pseudo-transcendent realm was enough to prove that they were more outstanding than most people. The word trash would not fall on their heads. However, the one who called them trash was the third prince, one of the most powerful princes in the Dragon Chart dynasty. Only the ninth prince could compete with him, and they were just subordinates of the third prince. If only the Conqueror Martial sect was here. The third prince sighed unwillingly. There was no doubt about the strength of the Conqueror Martial sect. If he was here, then no matter what, Chunzong would not be able to escape from the prison cell, let alone escape without a trace. Unfortunately, he had been very secretive when he came to Ascending Dragon City this time. In order to not let the ninth prince and the others notice, he had even used a substitute. The Conqueror Martial sect naturally had to stay beside the substitute to protect him. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. As for his own safety, there was basically no need to worry about it. With a defensive trump card, even an extreme mortal realm cultivator would not be able to kill him. Of course, an Earth Spirit realm cultivator could, but no Earth Spirit realm cultivator would personally deal with a person who had not even reached the Transcendent realm, even if it was the third prince. Chunzong had escaped. This was a fact. Even if the third prince killed Long Tai and the Scarred Man, it would not help. On the contrary, it would weaken his own strength. However, considering Chunzong's talent, he might become a threat in the future, a small trouble. Then, he had to kill him before he truly matured. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. In fact, if Chunzong was unable to reach the Transcendent realm in the future, the threat he would pose would be negligible. However, Chunzong's talent was so outstanding that it was quite possible for him to become a Transcendent realm cultivator in the future. Therefore, he had to be dealt with before the trouble appeared. You two stay here and try your best to find Chunzong's traces. Do everything you can to kill him. The third prince thought for a while and ordered. As for himself, of course, he would not stay here. A substitute was a substitute after all. The longer he stayed, the greater the possibility of him being exposed. Therefore, he had to rush back as soon as possible. As for the follow-up plan to deal with Chunzong, he could only carry it out after he rushed back. Of course, if Long Tai and the Scarred Man could kill Chunzong before he returned to the Imperial City, that would be the best. Yes, Long Tai and the Scarred Man responded in unison. The two of them were determined to kill Chunzong. Long Tai's reason was Long Gang. His younger brother was killed by Chunzong. This was a blood feud that had to be avenged. As for the Scar Man's reason, it was very simple. Chunzong actually injured him. A cultivator who was not even a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator actually injured him. It was unforgivable. The third prince left, leaving Long Tai and the scarred man behind. You are more familiar with this place. How are you going to find Chun Zong's traces? Long Tai asked bluntly. Pay a sufficient price and ask the various forces in Ascending Dragon City to take action. The scarred man touched the hideous scar on his face and immediately responded. Although I'm not familiar with this place, I know that asking these people to take action will cost a lot. Long Tai smiled coldly. In Ascending Dragon City, where the forces were tangled and complicated, none of them were easy to deal with. There is no other way. The two of us alone are not enough to find Chun Zong. The scarred man touched the scar on his face and smiled coldly. Long Tai fell into deep thought. Although his younger brother, Long Gang, had been killed, causing his hatred for Chun Zong to reach the extreme. He wanted nothing more than to catch Chun Zong, skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and crush his bones. However, Long Tai was able to become one of the captains of the Dragon Teeth Guard, not only because of his strength, but also because of his intelligence. Long Tai took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He was thinking about the pros and cons of this, and whether there was a better way. The scarred man didn't say anything. Then pay the price. Long Tai finally said. After thinking of some ideas, he realized that paying a price was more effective. Whoever kills Chun Zong and brings back his body will get 100 substandard spirit sources. Whoever captures Chun Zong alive will get 200 substandard spirit sources. 100, 200. Are you sure? The scar man was shocked when he heard this. 100 or 200 substandard spirit sources were not spirit shells. One substandard spirit source was worth 1,000 spirit shells. 100 substandard spirit sources were worth 100,000 spirit shells. 200 substandard spirit sources were worth 200,000 spirit shells. This was a huge price to pay. Even the scar man himself was tempted. In fact, Long Tai was very hesitant when he mentioned such a high reward. However, after thinking about it again and again, only enough benefits could make people go crazy and search for and kill Chun Zong at all costs. It would be best if he could capture him alive. As long as he could do this, he believed that the third prince wouldn't be stingy with those substandard spirit sources. Moreover, he would also be rewarded handsomely. Making a prompt decision, Long Tai immediately drew a portrait of Chun Zong and found many painters to copy it at the fastest speed possible. The news of Chun Zong's portrait and the reward spread throughout Ascending Dragon City in the shortest time possible. End of chapter. Chapter 561. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Longta region was dominated by the royal family of the Longta region. On the surface, many forces submitted to the royal family of the Longta region and were governed by the laws of the Longta region. Therefore, on the surface, everything was orderly. The Ascending Heaven region was different. With 2 high-rank sects, the Ascending Heaven region was even more chaotic. The territory closest to Ascending Dragon City was called Morning Sun City. There was a city named Morning Sun City, and the Nangong family was the overlord of Morning Sun City. 100 substandard spirit sources for killing and 200 for capturing alive. Inside the Nangong family, an extreme mortal realm elder's eyes flashed as he spoke with a hint of enthusiasm. Someone who can pay such a high price is definitely not ordinary. It is at least a high-rank sect, and most likely a mid-rank sect. Another extreme mortal realm elder of the Nangong family said in a deep voice. As for a high-rank sect, no one dared to guess. 100 substandard spiritual sources were a considerable amount of wealth to any unranked force, let alone 200 substandard spiritual sources. Even to some low-ranked sects, it was still a considerable amount of wealth. It was no wonder that the Nangong family was tempted by it. The Nangong family was a family with hundreds of years of history. There were 2 extreme mortal realm elders in the family. Although it was still an unranked sect, except for the fact that they did not have a 4th layer extreme mortal realm elder, they were not weaker than an ordinary low-ranked sect. The forces in Ascending Dragon City were complicated. One of them was inextricably linked to the Nangong family. Therefore, anything that happened in Ascending Dragon City would quickly spread to the other forces in the Ascending Heaven region. The Nangong family was the closest force to Ascending Dragon City, so they naturally received the news first. Outside Ascending Dragon City, a large group of people appeared in front of a forest. Each of them was emitting a powerful aura. There were old and young, men and women. They were all here for the so-called transcendent realm inheritance. I have a bad feeling it's like a baby-faced young man looked around and whispered, but he did not know how to describe it. Coward, if you're afraid, you can go back now, but you won't get a share of the substandard spirit sources. A bald man sneered disdainfully. Substandard spirit sources. Each one was worth 1,000 spirit shells. 100 spirit sources was a huge fortune, not to mention 200 spirit sources. 2 spirit sources. 200,000 spirit sources. Spirit sources. As long as he could obtain these substandard spirit sources, he could buy any pseudo-spirit tools or elixirs to make himself stronger. Hundreds of martial artists poured into the mountain forest. It was said that this was the direction Chenzong had headed after escaping from Ascending Dragon City. Moreover, there were even more martial artists coming. Long Tai and the Scarred Man were also mixed in with the crowd. If they could kill or capture Chenzong alive, not only would they be able to save a large amount of substandard spirit source, but more importantly, they would be able to avenge their brother, Long Gang. As for the Scarred Man, he also wanted to kill Chenzong himself. There was strength in numbers. There was no lack of people in Ascending Dragon City who were good at tracking. They began to follow the subtle clues. After Chenzong got rid of Long Tai and the Scarred Man, he did not go far. On one hand, he was not familiar with the Ascending Heaven region. On the other hand, he wanted to rest and adjust. Although he had made some plans for himself, it would take time and process to implement them. Long Tai and the Scarred Man acted very quickly. They immediately spread the fake news. After the various forces in Ascending Dragon City received the news, some immediately started to discuss it while some directly took action. Regardless of whether it was true or false, as long as there was a chance, no one was willing to let it go. Even if this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Even if they could not use it, they could still make a lot of money by selling it to a sect or sect. Profits could move people's hearts. This was applicable everywhere. After a while, Chenzong's trace was found. Looking at a group of people with murderous aura rushing towards him from afar. Although Chenzong did not know what was going on, he could feel the malice from these people. There were hundreds of martial artists in Ascending Dragon City, but not everyone could find Chenzong's trace. Now, only a part of them were rushing towards him. There were more than 30 of them. From afar, these 30 people also saw Chenzong's figure. They had already seen Chenzong's portrait, so they were almost certain that it was Chenzong. Like hungry wolves who had found a fat lamb, the 30 martial artists suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Chenzong with murderous aura. In a flash, Chenzong completely sensed the aura fluctuations of these 30 martial artists. They were all in the late stage of the true martial realm, and a few of them had reached the peak of LV9. However, Chenzong did not feel threatened. In other words, these 30 martial artists' battle strength was not too high. Chenzong, surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Surrender now, and I will spare your life. The 30 martial artists roared one after another, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Spare my life. Chenzong could not help but smile. The 30 martial artists rushed towards him one after another. Chenzong took a step forward, as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. There was an indescribable calmness and contentment. Using his fingers like a sword, he drew a line in the air. The sword light twined like silk, meandering among the 30 martial artists like a gurgling stream. After passing by each other, the 30 martial artists all stopped and maintained their charging posture. Only the weakest martial artist still rushed forward with a murderous aura. However, he found that the target in front of him had disappeared. He quickly stopped and looked back, only to see the 30 martial artists who seemed to have turned into statues. Their faces were still filled with murderous intent, but their eyes had become dim and lifeless. The next moment, a bloody line appeared on the necks of the 30 martial artists, and they all fell forward. How could this be? The martial artist who was still alive was inexplicably horrified. He suddenly felt his hair stand on end. It was too horrible. They were all alive just a moment ago. How could they all die in the blink of an eye? Immediately, a calm voice sounded behind him, which made the martial artist involuntarily tremble and his hair stand on end. He was terrified. So that's how it is. Chunzong revealed a look of realization after killing the last remaining person with one finger. Someone had posted his portrait and a bounty. Those who killed him would get a reward of 100 pieces of substandard spiritual sources, and those who captured him alive would get a reward of 200 pieces of substandard spiritual sources. To be honest, such a bounty tempted him. He really wanted to tie himself up in exchange for the bounty. Chunzong also knew that so far, hundreds of martial artists had left Ascending Dragon City to look for him. These 30 martial artists who found him could be said to be very lucky or very unlucky. Such a bounty, it must be the third prince's doing. Chunzong thought to himself. This time, he had wronged the third prince because the third prince didn't know it all. He just let Long Tai and the others do whatever they wanted. The one who really made this bounty was Long Tai. Profit made people crazy. Whether it was 100 pieces of substandard spiritual sources or 200 pieces of substandard spiritual sources, they represented amazing wealth. In that case, in addition to the hundreds of martial artists in Ascending Dragon City, it might attract more martial artists to track him down. These 30 martial artists recognized me at a glance because they had seen my portrait. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chunzong thought. Most of the martial artists who were tracking him were not a problem, but some of them were pseudo-transcendents, which was a big problem. While thinking, Chunzong took away the spiritual shells and other valuable things from the 30 martial artists and put them into his mustard seed bag. Although the mustard seed bag he used before was taken away, there were still some empty things in his void ring. Not long after Chunzong left, another group of martial artists arrived. When they saw the 30 or so corpses, their faces suddenly turned solemn. It's the Horned Wolf Gang. This old thing has the combat strength of a 3-star martial artist. Look at his wound. It was a fatal blow. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Someone kicked one of the old man's corpses and said in a deep voice, "Not only that, these 30 martial artists were killed at the same time. The killer is very strong, and his martial arts attainments are very high. It seems that the killer's combat strength is very high. He is at least a 4-star martial artist." They were sure that the killer was Chunzong, whom they were tracking. However, although Long Tai and the Scarred Man had spread false information, they did not specify how strong Chunzong was. They only vaguely mentioned that he was not weak. That was all. It was not that they were negligent, but that they deliberately did not mention it. They also intended to use this method to weaken the power of the various forces in Ascending Dragon City, so that the third prince's secret forces could develop better. It would be best if Chunzong died and the various forces in Ascending Dragon City suffered heavy losses. At least a 4-star martial artist. He is not easy to deal with. This group of martial artists all looked solemn. The Transcendents were masters. Only a few people could reach this level. As for pseudo-transcendents, they were also first-class masters, but the proportion was relatively low. There were many forces in Ascending Dragon City, but there were very few forces with transcendence. As for pseudo-transcendents, there were not many of them. Their main force was the late-stage true martial realm. Those true martial realm martial artists whose combat strength exceeded 1 star would often become people with high status in various forces. They were like the mainstays of the forces. A 3-star martial artist could hold a high position in a force, not to mention a 4-star martial artist who could often become one of the top echelons. 5-star martial artists were very rare, even rarer than pseudo-transcendents. Originally, when they heard that Chunzong's strength was not bad, they estimated that he was at least a 2-star or 3-star martial artist. It was not that they looked down on Chunzong, but their vision was limited. A 4-star martial artist would be stronger than them and would be difficult to fight against. As for a 5-star martial artist who was stronger than a 4-star martial artist, they did not dare to think about it for the time being. After all, Ascending Dragon City was just a small city. Then, should we chase? This group of martial artists began to hesitate. A 4-star martial artist was difficult to fight against. Although money was good, the prerequisite was that they had to be alive to get it. Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. They all looked at the leader of the group, who was the only peak 3-star martial artist among them. Chase. Since we are already here, why don't we chase? The leader gritted his teeth and said, wealth came from danger. It was just a guess. What if the other party's combat strength did not reach 4-star? Or if he was injured by others and his strength was greatly reduced, wouldn't they be able to take advantage of this situation? It had to be said that everyone had a fluke mentality, thinking that they would be able to get some benefits and so on. After this group of people passed the 30 or so corpses, they chased after Chunzong again. End of chapter. Chapter 562. With light footsteps, Chunzong crossed a small mountain forest without leaving a trace. He continued to move forward, wanting to go deeper into the ascending heaven region. After learning about the high bounty, Chunzong knew that there would be a lot of trouble. He might be able to kill most of the people, but he couldn't fight against a pseudo-transcendent. He carefully hid his whereabouts and tried his best to get rid of the pursuers, making it more difficult for the pursuers to find Chunzong. Even so, Chunzong was still caught by the pursuers. There were only 20 or so people in the group, led by a 4-star, but some of them had reached 3-star, some 2-star, and the rest were all 1-star. They still didn't know Chunzong's true strength. In order to prevent others from rushing over, the 4-star warrior decided to attack personally. He threw out a palm attack, and the palm print expanded like a rolling boulder. It brought along a loud rumbling sound and a shocking aura. It was as if a huge boulder was falling from the sky, and it was as if it could shatter a mountain. Chunzong wasn't afraid of this tyrannical strike. He pointed out with his sword finger and directly shattered the palm strike. Like a hot knife through butter, he pierced through the center of his opponent's brows, killing him in a single strike. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, Chunzong waved his sword finger and killed all the 3-star combatants. Why don't I try the power of the second transformation? A thought suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. The cultivation in the prison cell allowed Chunzong to successfully fuse 10% of his physique and 10% of his Zonghun Great True Power into one for use. However, because the degree of fusion was too low, it could not compare to the Zonghun Great True Power, so Chunzong had never used it before. However, the strength of the people in front of him wasn't high, so maybe he could give it a try. Using the second transformation, Chunzong combined the 10% of his physique and 10% of his transverse true force to form an even more powerful force. He used his sword finger to attack. The people who were originally scared out of their wits suddenly realized that Chunzong's strength seemed to have weakened. Everyone, don't be afraid. Just now, he used a secret technique. Now that the secret technique is over, his strength will be greatly reduced. This is the best time to kill him. His words immediately made the other people who were about to escape stop in their tracks. Then they all attacked Chunzong, which greatly increased the pressure on Chunzong. Although the reward for capturing Chunzong alive would be higher, it was better to kill him since he was very dangerous. Chunzong, on the other hand, did not use his full strength. He still used 10% of his physical strength and 10% of his true power to fight against his enemies. Relying on his superb swordsmanship, he dealt with everyone with ease. In the beginning, Chunzong's application of this new power was a little rough, but he soon became familiar with it and became proficient in it until he could control it freely. Chunzong also clearly felt that the new power formed by the combination of the two powers had the characteristics of the two powers. The combination of the two powers was even more powerful. Shenzong used this group of people as training targets for his new power. Only after he had fully grasped the new power did he use more power to kill them. Some of the spirit shells and other things naturally became his spoils of war. I should be able to fuse more power, Shenzong thought to himself. This was a feeling that came from the bottom of his heart. Shenzong quickly left while wiping away the traces he left behind. He looked for a relatively hidden place to cultivate the change of mind. He started cultivating the second change of the change of mind. The strong physical strength and the pure Zhonghu true power were slowly channeled. The physical strength moved inwards, while the Zhonghu true power moved outwards. The two powers came into contact with each other, and there was a 10% fusion. The subsequent fusion and condensation became even easier. From the initial difficulty to the current smoothness, it became a kind of enjoyment. After half an hour, Shenzong stopped cultivating because he had successfully fused 20% of his physical strength and 20% of the Zhonghu true power. The only thing he lacked was the application, and fighting was the best catalyst. This time, Shenzong took the initiative to find a tracking team. The strongest person in the team was also a 4-star. As soon as they attacked, Shenzong used the 20% fusion and condensed new power to deal with them. The fusion of 20% of their strength was equivalent to 40% of Shenzong's strength after he used the Zhonghu True Force. With Shenzong's peak 5-star combat strength, 40% of his strength was very tyrannical. Those below 5-star were not Shenzong's opponent at all. They couldn't even resist a single move. Not long after, all the cultivators in the team were killed. Shenzong felt a little regretful. These people were too weak to bring him enough pressure, so they couldn't achieve the effect of tempering. As for the stronger 5-star combat strength, there were very few of them. As for the pseudo-transcendence, they were not something he could fight against right now. How can this Shenzong run so fast? The scarred man cursed. He had been chasing for a long time, but he still couldn't find Shenzong. He was already a little impatient. Long Tai's face was gloomy. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he became more and more irritable. It had been almost a day, but they had only seen some corpses. Shenzong's figure was nowhere to be seen. Big brother, if we find Shenzong, let me make the first move, Nangong Jia, who was wearing a blue robe, said to his big brother Nangong's son, who was walking beside him. To be able to get a reward of 100 to 200 substandard spirit sources, this person's combat strength is probably not low, Nangong's son said. Big brother, don't worry. I have already cultivated the Nanming sword technique to the 3rd stage. My combat strength is much stronger, Nangong Jie smiled confidently. As long as the opponent's combat strength is below 4-star, I can cut him down with my sword. Nangong's son immediately nodded. The Nanming sword technique was the Nangong family's signature sword technique. It was divided into 5 stages, but there were very few people who could cultivate to the 5th stage. At least, most of them were at the 2nd stage. It was already very good to cultivate to the 3rd stage. Perhaps this Chunzong will become your whetstone. When the time comes, I will be there to support you, Nangong Sun said with a smile. Originally, the two brothers were cultivating in the Nangong family. After hearing about the reward, the two brothers came out together because they were attracted. Such a shocking reward. If they could obtain it, they would be able to purchase better pseudo-spiritual equipment to increase their combat strength. The two brothers' talents were not bad, and they were heavily nurtured by the family. However, it was not a small matter for the family to take out 100 substandard spirit sources at once. The two brothers came together with a group of powerful guards from Chaohui City. The direction that Shenzong was heading towards was coincidentally Chaohui City. It was an unexpected encounter. Through a special communication method, the Nangong family had already seen Shenzong's portrait. The 10 guards immediately spread out and blocked Shenzong's path. Every one of the 10 guards had 3-star combat strength. Furthermore, they were good at attacking together, which was enough to trap most 4-star martial artists. Shenzong, are you going to surrender or let me kill you with my sword? Nangong Jie's face was full of arrogance. As he shook his dark green sword, the sword radiance rippled like water. A faint sword cry could be heard faintly. Chunzong could tell at a glance that these people were different from the previous pursuers. Their aura was different. Those who came from a better background would always have a certain aura. It could be described as being pampered. Ascending Dragon City was a place where good people mingled with bad people. It was very chaotic. Those who stayed there for a long time would usually have a similar aura. However, the disciples from the aristocratic families were different. Of course, one would need to have sufficient experience and eyesight to be able to tell. Now, Chunzong had the ability to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Chunzong's reply, Nangong Jie charged forward with his sword. The dark green sword radiance flashed and rushed forward like a stream of fire. The shocking sharpness emitted waves of heat as if it was a raging fire. Nangong Sun stood at the side and watched to prevent any accidents. The 10 guards sealed off the surroundings so that Chunzong could not escape. Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. Nangong Jie's attack seemed simple, but contained profoundness. The key was the application of power. This sword was filled with blazing power and contained a restrained violence. Once it hit the target, it would be released and cause terrifying destruction. Chunzong did not know what the Nanming sword was, but it did not prevent him from seeing the profoundness of his opponent's sword technique. This was also an application of his superb sword technique. With one attack, Nangong Jie's peak 3-star combat power was fully displayed. Nangong Sun nodded slightly. His younger brother's sword technique was indeed not bad. It was not inferior to his when he was young. Chunzong pulled out his rank 1 pseudo-spiritual longsword and used 20% of his power to perform the unhindered sword technique. As the sword radiance spread, there was a domineering aura that looked down on the world. It was stronger and faster. Even though Nangong Jie attacked later, it arrived first. At the moment when Nangong Jie and Nangong Sun could not react, it pierced through Nangong Jie's glabella. It was too fast. Nangong Jie only saw a flash of silver light before his vision turned white. He could not see anything. Soon after, he felt the pain coming from between his glabella. The pain was slight at first, but it quickly intensified. It was so intense that it felt as if his soul was being torn apart. He could not help but let out a shrill scream. After killing Nangong Jie with one attack, Chunzong seized the opportunity to grab Nangong Jie's sword hilt and took the longsword. This was a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual longsword, which was of a higher level than the one he was using. Jie! Nangong Sun's eyes were bloodshot. His voice was mournful and full of murderous intent. With a clang, the dark green sword radiance was deep. It was like a heavenly fire surging through the sky. The shocking murderous intent carried a terrifying power as it mercilessly attacked Chunzong. However, the result was the same. The difference in combat strength had determined the outcome of the battle. Nangong Sun's sword also fell into Chunzong's hands. With a shake of the long sword, the sword radiance overflowed. The 10 guards did not even have time to pull out their swords before they fell to the ground. It was undeniable that these people from the Nangong family were very pitiful. They had thought that they could earn some substandard spiritual roots, but they did not expect to lose their lives. All of this was because they had underestimated Chunzong's combat strength. This was also related to the lack of information. After all, Chunzong came from the Longta region. Furthermore, Long Tai and the other two had concealed the truth. After quickly collecting the items from the Nangong family, Chunzong left with his rank 2 pseudo-spiritual swords. This pair of swords could basically unleash his full strength. Not long after Chunzong left, the people who followed him with their superb tracking skills also saw the corpses on the ground. This is Nangong's son. I've seen it before. He's the first young master of the Nangong family. I heard that he had cultivated the Nanming sword technique to the 4th level and had a chance to cultivate it to the 5th level. I can't believe he died here. These wounds were clearly left by Chunzong. Chapter 563. Sun and Jie-er's deaths must be avenged. Nangong Shun's face was filled with murderous intent. The atmosphere in the Nangong family's meeting hall was cold and solemn. No one would have thought that the two young masters' first trial would be a trip to their deaths. I want to do it myself. Which elder will come with me? Nangong Shun said sternly. His only two sons had been killed, especially Nangong's son, who was extremely talented and was the next in line to be the family head. Family head, you can't. Leave this matter to me. I will definitely capture Chunzong alive. The second elder quickly stood up and said, Family head, I will go with the second elder. The third elder also stood up and said, Some families schemed against each other, but some families were united. The Nangong family was able to survive for hundreds of years and grow stronger because of their unity. Then I will leave it to the two elders. Nangong Shun said. As the family head, he had a heavy responsibility. No matter what, you must capture the murderer who killed Sun and Jie alive. The Nangong family was able to control Chaohui City because of their unity. They also had two extreme mortal stage elders. The family head and several elders were also pseudo-transcendents. For example, the second elder and the third elder were pseudo-transcendents with 7-star battle power. I can finally merge 30% of my strength. Chunzong put down his hands and stood up. He exhaled and his eyes flashed. Although Chunzong had yet to encounter an opponent that was strong enough, the repeated battles had allowed him to become more familiar with his own fused power. Finally, he was able to completely control 20% of his fused power, and with his cultivation, his fusion level had reached 30%. The sign of the second change of intention was to merge 100% of one's strength. Only then could one begin to cultivate the third change. If I can cultivate the second change of intention, I will be able to merge the strength of my physique and the unhindered true force into a new strength. My combat strength will increase even more. Chunzong thought to himself. Other than the cultivation of the second change of intention, there was also the improvement of his cultivation. Under the slow accumulation, he gradually approached the limit of the true martial realm LV9. However, this was not the end. There was an even higher true martial realm LV10, which was the so-called true martial realm full circle. The perfection of the Qi and blood realm, the perfection of the energy training realm, and the perfection of the true martial realm. The three perfection of the foundation of martial arts were the true perfection. Wearing a bluish-white sword robe, Chunzong lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Although there was no sound of wind, he flew forward at an incomparably fast speed. Chunzong stayed here for quite some time. Like a gust of black wind, a middle-aged man in black robes stopped at the place where Chunzong had cultivated. He had short hair and a chiseled face that was as hard as a rock. He quickly scanned his surroundings and carefully identified the area. After he sensed the lingering presence, he spoke with absolute certainty. Little rat, you won't be able to escape. Shortly after, the middle-aged man's stiff face squeezed out a sinister smile. Even if it was 100 substandard spirit sources, this middle-aged man was still tempted. The hallmark of the pseudo-transcendent realm was that one had opened at least one aperture and condensed their true qi, resulting in a transformation of their true qi. However, this kind of strength was not easy to cultivate because the pseudo-transcendent realm was unable to absorb world energy. As for cultivating true qi, the efficiency was too low. Therefore, absorbing the power contained in a substandard spirit source was the first and best choice. A substandard spirit source was essentially a kind of half-formed spirit source. It was a spirit source that had not yet been fully formed, so it was not completely sealed. Although it would not naturally dissipate, a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator could still absorb it. As for a low-rank spirit source, it was already a complete spirit source and was completely sealed. Without the strength of a transcendent realm cultivator, it was impossible to move the power contained in it. 100 substandard spirit sources were enough to improve one's strength. If it was 200, it would naturally be even better. There were also many people who had the same idea as this middle-aged man. Of the several hundred people who had chased after him from the various forces of ascending Dragon City, most of them had already died under Chunzong's sword. Only a small number of lucky ones were still pursuing him. The rest were naturally the powerful pseudo-transcendent realm masters. The Nangong family's second elder and third elder each led a team of Nangong family guards and quickly split up to search for Chunzong's trail. Long Tai and the Scarred Man also continued their pursuit. If one were to calculate carefully, they would find that the pseudo-transcendent realm masters were coincidentally moving in the same direction, with Chunzong at the center. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, Chunzong would soon be surrounded by several pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Nothing unexpected happened, and Chunzong encountered his first pseudo-transcendent realm master, a true leader from one of the top forces in ascending Dragon City, a master with 7-star combat strength. When the narrow-eyed pseudo-transcendent realm master saw Chunzong, a vicious grin appeared on his face, as if he had also seen 100 or even 200 substandard spirit sources beckoning to him. The moment he saw the other party, Chunzong's keen intuition determined that he was not the other party's opponent, and without hesitation, he turned around and fled. At full speed, he was no slower than an ordinary 7-star master. For a time, the narrow-eyed pseudo-transcendent realm master was unable to catch up, his expression changing greatly. Not long after, Chunzong saw another pseudo-transcendent realm master. The other party also discovered Chunzong and immediately burst forth with astonishing speed. Run, run, run! Choosing different directions, Chunzong helplessly found that there were people all around him, and all of them were pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Quickly approaching, these pseudo-transcendent realm masters blocked Chunzong's path and narrowed the range. Long Tai's eyes were scarlet, his murderous intent so thick it was almost tangible as he glared at Chunzong. The Scarred Man touched the ugly scars on his face with his fingers, his expression grim. The two elders of the Nangong family also stared at Chunzong with eyes filled with murderous intent, their gazes as sharp as swords, seemingly wanting to pierce through Chunzong. As for the other pseudo-transcendent realm masters, each of them had a greedy look in their eyes, as if Chunzong was a large number of moving substandard spirit sources. Chunzong, you killed 2 of my Nangong family's young masters. Surrender and follow us back to the Nangong family to face trial, the third elder shouted. Surrounded by a total of 8 pseudo-transcendent realm masters, Chunzong didn't panic in the slightest, his expression calm as his thoughts raced. There are 8 of you, all pseudo-transcendent realm masters. I'm not your opponent, Chunzong said unhurriedly. But have you thought about who will obtain the 200 substandard spirit sources? As Chunzong's words fell, everyone's expression changed. There was no doubt that Chunzong was deliberately stirring up conflict between these people, tempting them with benefits. If I'm not wrong, the 2 of you should be the ones who issued the bounty. Chunzong's eyes turned and fell on Long Tai and the Scarred Man's faces. What's wrong? You issued the bounty yourself, but now you're worried someone else will take it away? Everyone's eyes also fell on Long Tai and the Scarred Man's faces. Seeing their expressions, everyone believed Chunzong's words. That's right, the bounty was issued by us. The Scarred Man's reaction was slow, and he didn't know how to respond, but Long Tai directly admitted it. The scarlet in his eyes seemed to be restrained, and the strong murderous intent towards Chunzong was also restrained. He didn't know if Chunzong had any other hidden cards. Although killing Chunzong with his own hands to avenge his brother was extremely important, Long Tai wouldn't risk his life for it. This was his principle of survival. Everyone, this person is someone my master wants to capture and is also my enemy. Long Tai quickly swept his eyes over the crowd and quickly said, as long as you capture this person alive, the 200 substandard spirit sources will be divided among you. It had to be said that Long Tai's reaction was very fast, instantly reversing the unfavorable situation Chunzong had created. The four pseudo-transcendent realm masters from Ascending Dragon City were tempted, but the two Nangong family elders remained unmoved. Although 200 substandard spirit sources were very tempting, compared with the revenge of their young masters, the two elders chose the latter. I don't care who your master is, nor do I care what kind of enmity you have with him. He killed two of my Nangong family's young masters. This hatred must be avenged. The second elder said in a deep voice. Long Tai's eyes, which were filled with murderous intent, fell on the Nangong family's second elder's face with an astonishing coldness. Do you know that one sentence can bring disaster to your little Nangong family? The second elder and third elder fell silent. They weren't stupid. A force that could offer 100 to 200 substandard spirit sources for a true martial realm cultivator's head was definitely extraordinary. Coupled with the meaning of the other party's words, they were certain that it was at least a high-grade force, while the Nangong family belonged to an unranked force. It wouldn't be too difficult for a high-grade force to deal with an unranked force. After weighing the pros and cons, the two Nangong family elders chose to remain silent. Immediately, the two elders' eyes fell on Chunzong's face, seemingly having made a choice. They didn't want to take away Chunzong, but they wanted to capture Chunzong and earn some substandard spirit sources. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat, a bad feeling growing stronger. I'm just a 9th-layer true martial realm cultivator, while these two are pseudo-transcendents with at least 7-star combat strength. They have a great enmity with me, so why don't they act themselves instead of encouraging you to? Chunzong quickly opened his mouth, using the word encourage to make a lot of guesses. Yes, with a 7-star combat strength to deal with a true martial realm cultivator, why don't they act themselves? The value of 200 substandard spirit sources wasn't low. If they put themselves in Chunzong's shoes, they definitely wouldn't be willing. For a moment, everyone who was about to act paused, their eyes sweeping towards Long Tai, thinking that perhaps this true martial realm cultivator had some amazing trump card that could threaten a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. This was normal. Some talented cultivators, if not rogue cultivators, would often have some hidden trump card with enough power to threaten or even kill a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. His original mustard seed bag was taken away by my master. Long Tai seemed to be explaining. Chunzong didn't refute him. He had a mysterious smile on his face, which made him look very mysterious. People couldn't help but be wary of him. For a moment, no one rushed to act first, because they were worried that they would be the first to act. Then kill him, but don't even think about getting a single spirit source. Long Tai said ruthlessly, unsheathing his long blade, a cold blade light piercing through the air. The terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split the earth, carrying endless killing intent as it rushed towards Chunzong. The Scar Man also acted at the same time, his serrated broadsword like a torrential waterfall. Chapter 564. The 7-star warrior's powerful attack arrived in an instant. Chunzong's face looked serious as he unsheathed both of his swords and slashed out countless sword lights. They were like a storm that swept out in all directions. At the same time, Chunzong quickly backed off. His body swayed left and right like a willow tree in the wind. He was like a floating cotton, trying to get rid of the two terrifying blades. In just an instant, Chunzong's figure flickered over 100 times before he managed to break free from the two terrifying blade lights. He dodged by a hair's breadth. As for the hundreds of sword lights he sent out, they were all destroyed. They only managed to delay the two blade lights bit by bit, giving Chunzong a sliver of time. The other pseudo-transcendents were shocked. It was incredible that a true martial realm cultivator could avoid the attacks of two 7-stars. Young Master, it seems that Chunzong has also grown a lot over the years. Two figures stood on a hill in the distance. One of them was an old man in a gray robe who looked like an ordinary person. He looked at the battle in the distance with sharp eyes and said casually, "It's indeed beyond my expectations." The young man in a blue robe smiled slightly. The lines on his forehead seemed to flash with a blue light. However, I still need Old Song's help. Don't worry, young master. The old man in a gray robe chuckled. The young man in a blue robe nodded. He had his hands behind his back and a gentle smile on his face. His deep eyes had a hint of sharpness as he stared at Chunzong in the distance. Long Tai and the scarred man attacked again. The sword chi broke through the air and turned into countless fine fragments. It rained down like a storm and covered the surroundings, making it impossible for Chunzong to dodge. Long Tai was worried that Chunzong had some hidden cards, so he tried not to get close to Chunzong. Instead, he used this long-range attack. Although he couldn't exert his full strength, the power was still amazing. The Scar Man was worried that he would be injured by Chunzong like last time, so he also used Sword Chi to attack. The Sword Chi was dense and overwhelming. Activating the golden jade, impenetrable body, a platinum-colored halo spread out. The power of both swords was activated, and the 40th style of the unhindered sword art was unleashed. The sword light was domineering and tyrannical, but also contained an endless amount of power, flowing like water. The combination of hardness and softness was even more amazing. Using the two swords to shatter several saber attacks, Chunzong relied on his extraordinary movement skill to shuttle through the gaps between the broken saber attacks. The impact of the saber attacks caused his arms to feel slightly numb. At this time, the other pseudo-transcendents also attacked. They didn't approach Chunzong, but instead attacked from a distance like the dragon Iron Scar Man. Attacks from all directions instantly plunged Chunzong into a desperate situation. No matter how strong he was still a pseudo-transcendent martial. He was still a pseudo-transcendent martial realm cultivator. But now, 8 pseudo-transcendent level pseudo-transcendents. Chunzong's Chunlong, Chunzong. Chunzong tried his best to activate the golden jade unbreakable body, erupting with all his strength. Just as he was about to take out the red thunder sword and fight to the death, a sudden change occurred. All the attacks that were aimed at Chunzong were like smoke blown by a strong wind. They first paused and then dissipated. Chunzong was startled, unable to react. The 8 pseudo-transcendents also stared blankly. The scene in front of them was too unbelievable. "You lot still haven't left," an old but vigorous voice called out, seemingly coming from all directions like a surging tide. The faces of the 8 pseudo-transcendents suddenly changed as they looked around, but they couldn't see anyone. However, they were certain that this was a master, a transcendent realm master. Only a transcendent realm master had the ability to kill them without appearing. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The attacks of the pseudo-transcendents disappeared. "Senior, I am the second elder of the Nangong family. This boy has a blood feud with my Nangong family," the second elder of the Nangong family said loudly. "The Nangong family is just a trivial, unranked family," the old voice sneered, clearly not putting the Nangong family in its eyes. The Nangong family's second elder and third elder's expressions changed, a trace of anger flashing across their eyes, but they didn't dare show it. The other party was a transcendent realm master, and although there were some unwritten rules, or rather a tacit rule among transcendent realm cultivators, that was, transcendents would not take the initiative to attack those below the transcendent realm. This rule was not as strict as the Dragon Char dynasty's laws. The reason why transcendents didn't take action against those below the transcendent realm was because of the gap between their realms. It was like fighting a tiger against a kitten. However, if someone dared to provoke the majesty of a transcendent realm master, some good-tempered transcendents might only punish them, but some bad-tempered transcendents would directly obliterate them. "Senior, please show yourself," Long Tai suddenly called out. However, the other party didn't show any intention of showing himself, so Long Tai couldn't help but speak again. "My master is a prince of the Dragon Char dynasty. This person attempted to assassinate a prince and has committed a serious crime. I ask Senior not to intervene." "So what if he's from the Dragon Char dynasty?" The owner of the old voice still didn't show himself, but from his words, there was no fear of the Dragon Char dynasty, This old master is very satisfied with this boy. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't leave, don't blame this old master for being impolite." The last words carried a trace of fierceness, and a terrifying pressure seemed to descend from the sky, suppressing the 8 pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Even the Nangong family guards couldn't move, their faces turning pale. Unwilling, extremely unwilling. But as the pressure dissipated, the 4 pseudo-transcendent realm masters from Ascending Dragon City immediately retreated and quickly left. 100 to 200 substandard spirit sources was indeed very tempting, but the prerequisite was that they had to be alive to enjoy it. If they really angered the Transcendent Realm Master, none of them would be able to survive. The 2 elders of the Nangong family didn't hesitate and immediately retreated with the Nangong family guards, leaving as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it would be terrible if they died here. In the end, only Long Tai and the Scarred Man remained, their expressions fluctuating. Immediately, the Scarred Man retreated. He didn't want to die here. A cold snort exploded in Long Tai's ears like thunder, causing his face to change drastically. Glaring hatefully at Chinzong, it was as if he wanted to kill Chinzong. Long Tai quickly turned around and left. That cold snort was the Transcendent Realm Master's final warning. If he didn't leave, only death would await him. Seeing the 8 pseudo-transcendent realm masters leave one after another, Chunzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was definitely on the verge of death. Even with the red thunder sword in his hand, Chunzong couldn't guarantee that he would survive. Fortunately, a master had appeared and saved him. After relaxing, Chunzong quickly became vigilant again, sweeping his eyes around. After all, he didn't recognize any transcendent realm masters here, so who knew if they had any ulterior motives? Despite his vigilance, Chunzong still spoke. "Many thanks for Senior's rescue. Is it convenient for Senior to show himself? If not, please tell me Senior's name." The purpose of knowing the other party's name was naturally to repay him in the future. A chuckle sounded from afar, and soon, Chunzong saw a stream of light flash and 2 figures appear in front of him. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." The first figure looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. With his superb memory, Chunzong instantly remembered who the other party was. "Long time no see, Brother Chun." The azure-robed young man's mouth curled into a smile. "Indeed, long time no see." Chunzong also smiled. This person was the mysterious Qing Chun who had lost to him in 3 Fiend City. After his defeat, Qing Chun left, and no one knew where he went. Originally, Chunzong thought that Qing Chun was from one of the great forces in the Dragon Reflection territory, but now it seemed that he wasn't. Compared to a few years ago, Qing Chen's aura was much stronger. If he wasn't mistaken, Qing Chen's cultivation should be at the peak of the 9th true martial realm. As for his strength, Chunzong didn't know, but with this person's talent, his combat strength shouldn't be lower than a 5-star. In addition to the change in cultivation, Chunzong also saw the cyan vein between Qing Chen's eyebrows. It was very faint, like a flame, looking very mysterious. Chunzong still clearly remembered the battle in 3 Fiend City a few years ago. At the last moment, Qing Chun had used the power of his bloodline, which was that vein, and his strength had greatly increased. Now it seemed that Qing Chen's bloodline had awakened more, but Chunzong's understanding of bloodlines was very limited. As far as he knew, the Dragon Reflection Imperial family also had a kind of bloodline. Presumably the 3rd prince, the 9th prince, and the others also had this kind of bloodline, but Chunzong had never seen it before. Immediately, Chunzong's eyes fell on the gray-robed old man next to Qing Chun. He looked very ordinary, like an old farmer. If he hadn't appeared with Qing Chun, Chunzong would have thought so. "Many thanks, Senior." Chunzong bowed respectfully. "No need to be so polite," the gray-robed old man said with a smile. However, Chunzong knew that this old man had saved him for Qing Chen's sake. Otherwise, he didn't know him, so even if he was just passing by, he wouldn't have meddled in other people's business. After all, a Transcendent Realm Master wasn't so carefree. But in any case, it was a fact that he had been saved. This life-saving grace was greater than the heavens, so Chunzong would remember it and repay it in the future. Brother Chun, we haven't seen each other for a few years. I didn't expect your strength to have improved so much. Ching Chun smiled, a trace of emotion in his tone. Just now, he had seen Chunzong's situation with his own eyes. Being able to dodge the attacks of two 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm masters was enough to show Chunzong's amazing ability. Qing Chen knew that even if he stimulated his bloodline, he wouldn't be able to do any better. Qing Chen's background was quite mysterious and powerful, so he thought his growth was already very fast. He hadn't expected that his former rival, Chunzong, would not be any slower than him. However, this was more interesting, wasn't it? After chatting for a while, Qing Chun bid farewell, leaving behind some final words. Brother Chun, I'll be going to the Heaven Ascension Tower soon. Heaven Ascension Path. Chunzong heard these words and looked at Qing Chen's departing back, muttering to himself. As a newcomer, Chunzong was still very unfamiliar with Ascension Heaven Field, so he naturally didn't know what the Heaven Ascension Tower was. However, since Qing Chan wanted to challenge it, presumably this Heaven Ascension Path was extraordinary. Perhaps he could also give it a try. But before that, he needed to find a suitable pair of long swords for himself and gain a deeper understanding of Ascension Heaven Field. His figure flashing, Chunzong used his movement skill and quickly left the place, heading towards Ascension Heaven Field. End of this chapter. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.